Good morning to you all, and welcome to this special meeting of the Garner Town Council. I apologize for us getting started a little late. I'll accept the blame for that. We did have some nice breakfast biscuits that we were enjoying, so I think we enjoyed them a little too long. It is good to see you all here this morning, and as I said, this will be a special meeting, so the usual protocol, some of those we will not go into at the beginning of our meeting. In just a minute, I will make a comment relating to sort of the procedures as relates to a remote meeting. But first of all, I'm going to call the roll, and I guess I can do that, I believe, since the clerk is not here. So I'll declare myself present, and Mr. Dellinger, who is with us remotely, I believe. Are you there, sir?
I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Vance?
Here.
Ms. Behringer?
Here.
Mr. Singleton?
Here.
And Mr. Matthews?
Here.
And I want to thank you, council members, for your diligence in being present this morning for this special meeting, so thank you very much. Since Mr. Dellinger is participating virtually, the meeting will be conducted as a remote meeting pursuant to state law. And so whenever Mr. Dellinger cannot be seen on the screen, he will identify himself by name prior to asking questions or participating in deliberations or making motions or proposing amendments and those kinds of things. I doubt we'll take any votes today, but if we do, all votes that we take will be conducted by a roll call. Mr. Attorney, is there anything else I should incorporate in that statement? Does that cover it?
No, just that this meeting is being streamed Facebook Live in accordance with state law.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that being said, council, the next item of business is the adoption of the agenda, which you should have in front of you or on your computer. I'll entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay, motion made and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. And Mr. Dellinger, I believe you voted aye. Is that right, sir? He may be muted. I'm not sure.
To make sure that the remote is getting sound, there might be a glitch with our
Okay, let's clarify that before we proceed, perhaps. Mr. Dellinger, if you can hear me, we were going to ask you to unmute so you could vote on the approval of the agenda.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. It froze right after I said I was here. So I vote to approve the agenda.
Okay, thank you, sir. I believe we're good. John, he's unmuted, so we're good. All right.
Another issue going on, so that caused him not to be able to hear as well.
Okay. So we will move to item C, and Mr. Manager, or I guess those presenting, or I don't know if you will tell us in advance, there are some folks, both staff and otherwise, maybe who are participating virtually today. Am I right on that?
That is correct. We have a number of Parks and Rec staff here and other staff, planning department, inspections, other chief pool from fire department. So a number of staff just interested in what's going on with this project. And I am, when at the appropriate time, you can turn it over to Parks and Rec Cultural Resources Director, Maria Munoz Blanco, and she will introduce our consultant and presenter for the day.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I think we're probably ready to do that at this point in time. So unless there's any preliminary information prior to item C on the agenda, I will move to that and introduce our Parks and Rec Director for further introductions. Thank you, ma'am. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Mayor, council members.
Morning.
We're delighted to be here this morning to bring you the next sort of stage or step, I should say, of the two very exciting projects that we're undertaking at Meadowbrook and Yergin. These are transformative projects for the Park Department, and we're certainly looking forward to bringing them online in a few years because I think they're just amazing. So we've been very, very happy to be working with McAdams. We have a great project manager that listens to just about everything that we request and is able to deliver it. So With that, I'm going to pass it on to Shweta Nanikar, who is an amazing landscape architect and who's been leading this project on behalf of McAdams. Shweta?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria.
And good morning to you as well.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Glad to be here, and thank you, Maria, for your kind words. Let me get the PowerPoint up here. So before we get started, just wanted to let you know why we are here today. We have been through the master planning process for Meadowbrook Park and Jurgen Park. We worked on our 30% construction drawings and came up with a cost estimate associated with that would help you all with the bond preparation. And we moved forward with the phase 1 amenity selection, and then today we are here to present you what phase 1 amenities would look like and what would be the cost implication of those improvements. So as you can see here, just to refresh our memory, what the overall master plan vision looked like for Jurgen Park. It's truly a park for all Gardner residents. It has athletic components, passive recreation, trails, play areas, adventure areas, and spaces for exploration. So just about anything that you can think of for multi-generational use, this park would be a true example for that. So moving on, we looked at the phase 1 program for this park. While we want to achieve everything in phase 1, we want to be cognizant of what investment we are making here. And so based on the needs of the community for Jurgen Park, we are really looking at constructing the first the portion that is closer to Garner, East Garner Road, which would include 2 synthetic turf fields, 2 natural turf fields, parking spaces, and active play area in between the turf fields. There will be a restroom and a shelter building accommodated here. And then the infrastructure improvements will include lift station, sanitary sewer and water utility extensions, and then along with them, some green infrastructure improvements, including bioswales, and using the synthetic turf fields as a stormwater device. So some innovative strategies will be incorporated with these fields. Some of the illustrative images that we had created, the front portion of the site, this shows the fields that we will be incorporating in phase 1, the active play area and the associated parking spaces. This shows the example of what the play area would look like along with the shelter building.
Can you do me a favor? I apologize for interrupting. Can you go back and reorient so the audience and myself can know how we're looking at these renditions? For example, where is Old Garner Road and things of that nature so we can be able to orient?
Yes, definitely. So East Gardner Road is on the far right side of your screen here. And you are coming in from East Garner Road. This is the new townhouse development that has taken place. So as you come in from East Garner, we will have the first 2 fields, the natural turf fields on the back side, and then we have, because of the grade change that we have to accommodate for large flat areas for these fields, the triangular shape in between will be our social space for parents to spend time when the siblings to play around and explore the area, and as well as create seating opportunities so they can watch the games on either side. And the parking lot will sort of envelope these field areas. The ADA parking will be accommodated closer to this play area so people can walk in and go to the natural turf fields areas or walk on towards the East Garner Road to use these fields. The historic house and the accessory buildings are, they will not be touched in phase one. They are being, as of now, they are preserved the way they are. And so you can see those buildings at the bottom of the screen here. Phase two is still to be determined. That you see here, it's just an example of what it may look like, but we will be getting into the details of that later on. This sort of shows what that intermediate area will look like. We have to accommodate larger grade changes here, so you can see the large canopy here for a large picnic shelter on one side, a restroom building on the other side. You will be walking in, so East Garner Road is on the other side. You'll be coming in from here, and then walking through this canopy into this space. And then you can use the sidewalk to get to these lower fields, or on the upper side, we'll have these synthetic turf fields on the top. And then you have seating areas here as you walk into the picnic shelter, and some open-ended play areas, and a play structure will be also accommodated here. And this sloping lawn will be available for people to just lay their blanket and use it as passive recreation space, take a book while the kids are playing, just open for all passive activities. You can also see a large plaza area on the top here, where we can also accommodate some seating areas, picnic tables, etc., for people to gather around while the kids are playing. This is just another rendition of that play area. And we will be getting into the details of these. These are just placeholder examples of what it may look like. So as we get into the details of the design, materiality will be selected, play structures will be selected, how this space will look and feel like with vegetation and hardscape elements. We will be looking at that in greater detail as we move forward.
That observation deck, is that going to be talk about that a little bit? Yeah, what is all of that, other than, is building, you can go in, or what is that?
Right now, you won't be able to go in. The way it's just accommodating the slope grade with the retaining walls. It's not as tall as sometimes it seems like from the image. You won't be able to go inside to construct some kind of utility building or something like that. But you can definitely use it as a social area. It's for seating and people to just hang out when the kids are playing up on the fields.
Shweta, could you go back to the overall layout and show where that is, and that might help, or the first image, the next image you had, that just may help with the question Mr. Matthews had. If you could progress to the first rendering, no, back to the
phasing plan.
No, the next one forward.
Oh, yeah.
Right, there.
So
You may want to point out the area you're talking about there, just so you can sort of see how that's really just the grade change between the upper field and the lower field. And then that other rendering, it makes it look more like a structure than actually a transition of the grade.
Right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the restrooms are at the shelter, or the restrooms are underneath this deck area?
The shelter and the restroom building is right over here.
The restrooms are there, not under the shelter area?
They will be under the shelter.
Under the shelter, but not under the observation deck?
Correct, yeah, not under the observation
Okay.
deck, yeah.
There's nothing, that's not hollow, that's just earth.
That's it, yeah.
Just making sure.
Share with you what the phase one costs would look like. The present day value for phase one amenities is about $11 million. And then the soft costs with escalation to midpoint of construction is about $5 million, bringing us the total for $17 million. The off-site road improvements for East Garner Road will be about $279K. So the East Garner Road improvements will include a turn lane and some of the lane improvements on this road that we will have to accommodate as people start to come in and use this park. So we'll have a left turn coming in, a lane going out, and then we'll have to accommodate bike lanes and the standard for road for what Garner has accommodated on the western side towards the townhome development.
So apparently then we're not doing the improvements on the road to and through the end of this property. We're just doing it required for phase one. We're not widening the road all the way down to the end of this property, at least right now.
Correct. I think that will be a coordination element with the planning department on how it will be accommodated. Right now, it's just an alternate that we have added to make sure that we capture the cost of it if it is required.
I'm not sure we're answering the same question. So when you say an add alternate, what do you mean as an add alternate?
So if the road improvements are happening with our first phase of construction as required, we just wanted to capture that separately than the phase one. So
I think Mr. Singleton is asking about the second half of the road through the park.
Oh,
And right
gotcha.
now, it is not planned to be built. It will be probably gravel to be able to access the area in the back that will be used for,
And that's not wrong. I'm talking about improving Garner Road all the way through the property.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To the end of our property line.
yeah, this
I mean,
portion.
Are we, we're gonna widen the whole thing?
Yes, if it is required, we will have to do the entire
I'm saying if we're
frontage
gonna go
of
ahead and
the
make the
property.
road improvements on that one side while we do half of it. It looks like we're doing half of it by the
the
drawing.
Garner Road improvements?
Yes. I mean, shouldn't we do them all on the north side? Shouldn't we make them all the way 2 and 3? Well, we should make them all the way down to New Rand Road, but anyway, we'll get on that discussion later. But does this cost include widening Old Garner Road on the north side from our property line to the next property line?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. No sidewalks, just widening the road. Sidewalks, we're gonna do all that for $279,000?
Sidewalks are part of the park plan.
Okay. And we're gonna do all that for, so that's including the park money, not the road improvement money. The 279.
Yes. Because that's really just turn lane widening.
That'd be more than that. The townhomes did more than that.
Well, it's adding that additional lane that would
Yes.
then, in the future, become part of the overall cross-section of the road.
But Garner Road will be widened it's supposed to be for long-term for a three-lane road, correct? So we're gonna put one whole lane down the whole front of the town property. All right, plus the turn lane.
Right, so when we say 3-lane road, the cost to 279 includes half of the portion all.
The town property, okay. All right, that's what I was trying to get to.
Very good.
Any other questions on this one before we move to Meadowbrook?
I have a question. This is Damien. Looking at the map, are all of those water and sewer infrastructure extensions part of phase one? They appear to be.
Yes, that's correct. So we will
Okay.
be extending all the utilities. We have to connect to a lift station that's on the farthest end of the property. There is an existing lift station at the townhome development that will be decommissioned. A new lift station will be constructed at the park property so we can connect all these utilities back to East Garner Road.
And so
that-
all those will be like made temporary gravel roads as well?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
So those future roads will all be cut out as gravel temporary roads along those infrastructure, those water and sewer lines?
That's correct. So this,
Okay.
the pavement will end right close to where that intersection looks like. This will all be graded and cleared, so we can access that area. But it will
Thank you.
it will be blocked off for public.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, let me make sure every council member has an opportunity to ask a question, and I wasn't doing a very good job of directing traffic, yes, but Mr. Vance, did you have anything else you wanted to ask at this time, sir?
Not at this time.
Okay, Ms. Springer, anything? And Mr. Matthews? Okay.
Mayor, could I ask one question on behalf of staff? Well,
Yeah,
Mr. Dellinger, I think,
please.
was asking something.
Yeah, just one more quick question. Included in the plan, the parking, that you have all these fields directly in front of parking, and I didn't see in any of the renditions any type of fencing or then height extended fencing around the goals. I know I've seen those at some other soccer parks. Does that come later in the design? I just want to make sure that's part of the thought process.
Yes, sir. It will be, as we move into
Okay.
the details of these areas, we'll be looking at the fencing options, the scoreboards, and the wayfinding signage associated with these fields.
Thank you.
Staff just had a clarification question, and I apologize earlier for getting on the wrong section of road. But just clarifying, because I don't know the answer, Shweta, the widening there for asphalt is in the 279, but is the drainage, stormwater, and curb, is curb and gutter and stormwater handled within that 279 number, or is that handled elsewhere?
I believe it has been captured within the 279.
Okay.
And did we have any other staff members who had a question or comment at this point? Either those present or those who are with us virtually?
I'll just keep looking at the 279, then I'll look at the sidewalk projects we're gonna do here later on, and where they're going and how much more expensive they are. Some of the numbers just don't seem to add up. I'm not disregarding your numbers, I'm just saying we've got some other short sidewalk projects that are gonna cost a lot of money, and their distance may not be that great, but anyway. I digress. I just think that, I know it's just present day value, and that might double, but anyway.
You are probably right, Mr. Singleton. As we move towards the details of these designs, the cost may or may not change, and depending on how the market conditions are, things can change pretty quickly.
Right, and if it changes, it won't get cheaper.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay, has everybody been heard who wants to in regards to this portion of the presentation? I believe all council members have. All right.
Moving on to Meadowbrook Park, so showing the adopted master plan that we have developed. The vision for this park is to create a historic and educational resource for the community, access to nature, and many opportunities to connect with nature and passive recreation opportunities as well, along with some amenities that we have developed here for family-friendly recreation opportunities. So the phase 1 for Meadowbrook Park will accommodate the front section from Hebron Church Road, and then the trail areas through the golf course property. So here you can see a little bit of detail. We are planning to include the 6 tennis courts, parking area, access from Hebron Church Road, the event lawn area, and then hard surface trails through the park, additional trailhead parking within the golf course area, and then the connection to the clubhouse area, which will not be part of the phase 1 as of now. The pump track and disc golf course will be part of phase 1. They will be designed and constructed by special contractors who specialize in these amenities, and we will be providing a connection to the disc golf area via that trail connection. So this image shows how phase one will look like, with some enhancement, landscape enhancement, vegetation, and hard surface trails through the park. Questions before moving on to the costs?
Walking trails are included that are shown, that are reddish and green on the line. Those will be included in this initial phase, correct?
Correct, yeah, the colored.
And then it shows the golf course will be designed, built by a separate contractor, so that's not included in the cost. Same with the pump track, they're not included in the cost, okay. All right. And the restrooms, the shelter and restroom were up there by the parking lot between the event lawn and the parking, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Shweta, can you confirm that I believe the access road changes is paved to a point and then would be gated and gravelled for access to the clubhouse, but not open to the public? Would you point that out?
That's correct, yes. So the hard surface road will be right up to our event lawn area, and beyond that point, it will be a gravel road until we develop this property, this portion of the property.
Couple questions, Mr. Mayor. The tennis courts, will they also be usable for pickleball, or are they going to be tennis only?
We can make them overlay with pickleball play, yes.
Just wonder if we should state that up front, so when we build them, there's no confusion that they were for both.
Correct, yes, yes. So one tennis court can accommodate 2 pickleball.
Okay.
So if we have 6 tennis, we are accommodating 12, essentially, pickleball courts.
And then the other question was, these areas to be constructed by others, have we had those discussions, or is that something that's yet to be had with outside entities to do that?
We have not had those discussions
Okay.
yet, but we have worked with people previously
Okay.
who specialize in those, so we can get into those details as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Sort of a curiosity question, the length of the trail, essentially half mile, less than that, or what would you
It will be
say?
about half a mile trail.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, somebody else had a question? Yeah, John?
You have,
Go ahead, Mr. Dallinger. I recognize
you
you.
have just a question on the roads going through. If you could kind of clarify, so there's the road that comes in off of Hebron Church, and the road will be constructed, that heavy green area up to the existing parking lot. That'll be a surface road, is that correct?
So the hard surface or the asphalt road will come from Hebron Church, and it will stop close to this event lawn area. And beyond that, it will be available as gravel road for the maintenance vehicles.
So my other question is, in this phase, are there no planned improvements to the road coming in on Country Club at all? I know that road is in terrible condition. And then looking at this site map, it looks like that road snakes right on the property line. And is that problematic for doing road improvements or any adjustments to that entrance in the future?
So I think the Country Club Drive improvements have not been part of phase one as of now. It is, as we understand it, it is a private road, and maybe Rodney or John can maybe elaborate a little bit more on that component.
Yeah, Country Club is a private road. I guess basically the cost of improving that would bear on the owners, all of the owners of the road that live or have property along the road. I guess since the phase one activity, the entrance to the phase one activities would not be coming from Country Club, that's one reason it's not included in the first phase, because Hebron is going to be the main entrance and the primary entrance for the first phase, and maybe even as we go further on.
we could do any improvements we need to on the part that's on our property. And last time I drove out there, it was in terrible condition.
It is. It's very bad, yeah.
And I guess my question is, do we need to go ahead and do any improvements there? And then even if we don't, are we gonna need to realign that road? Like I said, it seems to sit and maybe even encroach slightly on the adjacent properties there. Do we know if there's an encroachment there at all?
You mean the existing country club or the new?
The existing. So I'm looking at the road and it looks like it goes right up to the property line, and maybe even cross over. I mean, it's probably not 100% accurate, but I would imagine doing any improvements to that entrance are going to have maybe constrained by the property line there. But I don't know. I just know that road is in really horrible condition, and there's some use coming in and out of there, the clubhouse for other groups, and just wanted to put that out there, because eventually it's going to get so bad it's going to need to get repaired anyway. I don't know how many people have been out there, huge potholes, like massive potholes.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I was thinking more of Country Club all the way out to White Oak, but you mean basically our long driveway.
Yes.
Which is in really bad condition, and and as you go along, we don't own all of the property on the other side of the pond there, but yeah, it is something we will probably need to look at.
Okay.
Rodney, I do think that while we are going to need to address it, we would not use that entrance because nothing on the north end of the park would be improved to be able to be used by the public. So we probably want to have a discussion about when to make those improvements, but also when and how to return that gate there to prevent access into that end, because if people come in that end, they will be coming to an unimproved area and one that we're probably going to be limited access to while we're doing additional work. So we want to get all the traffic coming in off Hebron Church to access everything that's in phase one.
Currently,
So
the clubhouse is not in use currently.
So you're thinking preliminarily is to have that closed off. I mean, if we're going to close that side off, we need to kind of include whatever those costs are. If there's a gate or some other stuff that's going to happen on that end, should probably be included in the cost of shutting that down. I guess I'm not clear because I know people still use that clubhouse occasionally. Is that
No,
the
it's
case, or
not
we-
in use
we're
right
not
now. It's not in use.
at all?
No.
Okay.
It's not.
As you make those decisions on what you want to do with that in terms of gating and stuff, we should probably keep that in mind as far as cost as well too.
Question about another item which has been discussed before, and that's the pond and the need for the dam to be improved. That's not included in any of these costs, I don't think. So basically, I heard the last meeting we had, that should be the number one priority. Am I incorrect on that or correct, or can somebody update us that the dam's got to be repaired, period?
Yes.
Unless we're going to drain it and not make it a pond.
That's the other option. We could just drain the water out of it, not make it a pond. I guess we'll have to know, like, how much of a contributing factor it is to the
I
property.
think Shweda's going to address that later
So
in the
you can address
presentation, if that
Okay.
would be okay, Mr.
That's fine.
Singleton.
All right, just want to make sure that we don't miss that one.
Okay, anybody else have questions as it relates to the roadway? We understand that the Hebron Church will be the main entrance, and the old road will be, in essence, closed off. We don't expect any entry.
Let me put a clarification on that. What I should have said is we'll have the paved pathway close up to the event center, but then the gravel drive will extend to that small parking lot that's in the middle of the property. And then beyond that, it will be blocked off for the public.
Everybody clear on that? I guess, yeah. All right, thank you.
So the phase one costs for Meadowbrook Park, the present day value is $4.5 million, and then soft costs will be about 2.4, bringing our total to about $7 million. And then the offsite road improvements to Hebron Church Road, total is about $119,000 for
have a question for staff. As part of our budget planning 5 years out, are we calculating out the operational costs for these two phases as well? We'll be doing that.
That should be included in our, the modeling that we've done for our 5-year plan staffing.
Okay.
We would need to revisit it now that we have a phasing approach, because the phasing wasn't done when we did the initial cost estimates, so there'll need to be a realignment of those projections that were made. And they were also made earlier on, before we had some of the more detailed information that we have now. Maria and some of her staff have pointed out things that may not have been considered in those initial the initial cost estimates that were done. So we will need to go back and look at those and make sure they're aligned, they're updated and aligned with the phasing.
And all that'll be done as we start budgeting for next year.
Yes, sir. It will actually be impacts probably for more than next year's budget. It will go further out than next year's budget, but we'll do it as part of the process.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions on that issue? Anybody? Okay.
So, here are some of the considerations that we will have to think about and make some decisions on before we move on to our 60% construction drawing set. The first one is Jurgen Park Access Road. Currently, this one is being considered as the minor collector road. At our last meeting, when we discussed this option, we considered the possibility of classifying this as internal road instead of a minor collector. There is some constraints from the UDO and the requirements from the town about changing the UDO or amendment so that this road can be classified internal to the park instead of a minor collector. So we just wanted to bring that up here so we can consider it in our designs, what the classification of that road would look like. So we can probably take a pause there before we move on to the other topics.
Mr. Triesenberg was not a part of that conversation last time that council had about the desire to change that from being a collector street. So he's on today, and we wanted to make sure that he had an opportunity to walk us through all the considerations and then steps we'd have to take if we were to deviate from what was on the original transportation plan. So if council doesn't have any questions before that, we could call on him at whenever that's appropriate, Mayor.
I would think perhaps up front, and we'll still have opportunity for questions for council members unless anybody has a preliminary one. Mr. Triesenberg, are you available and ready, sir?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm hearing you okay. Everybody? Yeah.
Okay. And I'm just going to share my screen for some... Oops. I did the wrong thing. Let me try that again. Window. Yes. Okay.
Here we go.
Now if I can just move the Teams bar. They keep changing this on us. There we go. Yes, so just to give a little bit of background that I think there may be some confusion on. Back when the comprehensive plan and the transportation plan were produced, that preceded, any final knowledge of the Jurgen property being conveyed to the town and being a park. So this area, as you can see here is the park property. This was all coded as medium density residential.
We lost you, Jeff. Oh,
We lost the video.
You lost the video.
Hang on, Jeff. I think it's a problem here and not on your end, possibly.
Okay.
Now we're back. You're not?
All right. Yep. So you're seeing the comprehensive plan map?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, as you can see, here is the Jurgen property. I'm kind of highlighting it there with my arrow. All of this area was coded as medium density residential, and you had industrial to the north or employment center to the north. So a fairly intense area that could be resulting in a lot of trips. You have Creech Road and Jones Sausage Road, which are about a mile apart. And in a general rule of thumb that we learned in planning, particularly related to transportation, is that if you have a perfect grid network, which hardly anybody does unless you live out in the Midwest where it's flat and they deeded the land in mile sections, is that you would have a thoroughfare or a fairly high order collector every mile, and then a minor collector intervening every half a mile. So when we were going through the transportation plan and looking at the land use for this area, it made sense then to have a collector somewhere in this area that would then intersect another east-west minor thoroughfare to the north. So looking over to the transportation plan, again, we were trying to emphasize connectivity and then aligning where that would be. So we run into, changes as things happen over time. This is occurring in a few other parts of town where we're working with applicants to do, as we do additional planning, and things become more known, how do we shift this and how do we make it work and still accommodate? So one of the things that we've talked about with the team for the park property, recognizing that we kind of have this road internal to the park now, what could that shift of that collector look like? We still have these Buffalo family properties here to the west, which are still coded as that medium density residential. Certainly that could then shift the collector here. We think there's an opportunity to potentially tie in back here to give some, to open up the back part, because we do have a concern of, as this property is developed, as events and activity increases, you don't want to just be dumping out all of your traffic into one point here on Garner Road. And the hope would be is that eventually you would have another outlet here to the north and could bring people to a different turning spot on Garner Road as well. And then I've just kind of sketched in, some possible other future very indirect connections that could further take some of the pressure off of the Creech Garner intersection, as well as the Jones Sausage Garner intersection, by at least allowing some internal trips here not to have to go to those two locations. So this is something that, again, it is part of the comprehensive plan as we adopt and develop plans for this. For the Jurgen property, we can just, I think the cleanest way to do it would just be to kind of like we do with the land use map, is as we adopt and approve plans, then it just kind of automatically, as long as we discuss it and disclose it, that we're just doing kind of an automatic adjustment to the transportation plan to realign that collector further to the west based on the known land uses that we are going to be having here, and most important being that this is now going to be a park, and there's a desire to keep this a little less intense, slower, and park friendly.
So, is this the segment of the road Jeff was just talking about that we see here?
That's correct. This is
So-
sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead, Shweta. Yeah.
This is the internal to the park, the minor collector road as it is shown right now. What Jeff is suggesting is moving it off-site onto this property and then bringing it down, and outside of the park property, it will continue towards north.
And we would not be building that road. It would just be that the required road in our transportation plan would have to show up somewhere other than on the park property to accomplish what council would like and to accomplish the concept in the transportation plan. So the real bearing it has on the park is it would remove the collector street from the park, but it would cause a realignment of the proposed future north-south collector onto other property when it is developed.
Okay. Any questions from council in regards to what we've heard so far?
Do we have any idea when that other street will be built?
That would be built by developers when they develop that property. So they would be required to build it just like we require any other road on a transportation plan to be built.
So in the meantime, the street that we see here in red is still the collector?
No. It would serve as, at council's direction, it would serve only as the access for the park. So it would be basically like the long driveway into Lake Benson. It would go to the back and end and come back out. So that's probably the closest example, that we have of that. And it would.
Who owns that adjacent property? Is that the Buffalo property?
It's owned by several heirs, but I think some of them from Buffalo properties. Several folks have contacted us recently about looking for redevelopment opportunities on that property.
Okay.
So I can't say that would come to fruition, but the change would be for anyone who's looking at developing that, they would now have a required road that they would have to build. When they were looking at this previously, they were thinking the road that was going to be built in the park would be the required road and they'd be connecting to it. So it would change things and push that requirement on to someone else.
And if I may, I think the only real implication there is that then if that is the future that we're moving towards, would just be then for the planning team for the park to think about how that end of the park would integrate and offer connections in the future. Because again, I do think you do want to leave yourself open the opportunity to have an outlet, an entrance off of that facility to better disperse traffic from these larger events that will be occurring. As I understand it, the desire would be to have those on a more regular basis. So that would be my only advice that we've kind of talked with the planning team for the park property.
Yeah, that's correct, Jeff. Right now, we have shown this access road here that will be outletting from the park. And then once if we have that realignment finalized, we can also consider connectivity on the farther end of the property to have another spur that would connect to the minor collector. And that would also help us with the programming that we plan to do in phase 2, to have that direct outlet from this portion of the park outside of the park property.
Do we consider the potential that once that is done, there are those that might consider this just a shortcut or a throughway through the park, and with everything we got going on in there, once it's completed, the safety side of it would be a concern if people just say, we'll just cut through there to get over that. And that's just a thought, toss out there. How would we control that if that happened?
We can control that road with speed bumps and raised sidewalks and so forth.
I think you have an equally challenging safety issue by not connecting it in the long run. If you're going to have the traffic of a championship field in the back, think about it's not quite the same, but thinking about having something like July 4th, half the size of July 4th every weekend, and what that would mean to Buffalo Road, and the drive coming out of Lake Benson if you did a July 4th light every weekend of the year. And that's sort of what we're setting ourselves up for here, is having one way in with all the heavy load in the very far back and not providing a relief outlet to get
and
back
I agree.
out.
I totally agree.
So we
You
think that's
need
about
that.
as big of or probably even a bigger safety concern than the potential future connection that, as Mr. Singleton said, we think we can well control with.
Right. Okay.
And this new proposed road along that property line is going to come out right across from the cement plant. That's when y'all need, that's where it's going to come out, right? It's going to be right on the property line, and that comes out right across from that. So everybody realizes that.
I'd also
And
observe,
that's not from it doesn't look pretty across the street sign. I'm just saying that's where it's going to come out, so you'll know. It's a slight curve there, but I know the road will be widened, so sight distance will probably be improved, but anyway.
and from a we've talked about safety before with that particular user being there, and we can't necessarily facilitate change there. I will observe, though, that a large portion of their operation is within railroad right-of-way, and as commuter rail moves forward, there will definitely have to be additional track work there. And so I believe that not just them, not picking on them, but I believe you'll see North Carolina Railroad will have no choice but to enforce lots of the encroachments that are currently in their right-of-way. Otherwise, we will not be able to facilitate the track needed for the future commuter rail. So it's not a given and a guarantee that it will go away, but I believe you will see lots of things that are in the corridor today change as we move along with the commuter rail plan. Jeff, are there any other considerations that council needs to be aware of as they, or any action that they would need to take for us to formalize what staff would need to do to be able to make that shift in your transportation plan?
I don't believe that there's anything extra special. I mean, as we start getting this into the, more formal parts of the review and site plan approval, I believe that this process can just be seamlessly integrated with that as it moves forward. So I don't anticipate any special actions at this time.
Okay, anything else? Anything else from council?
One question, it says on this considerations for 60% design, and the cricket field is in green, so obviously we hadn't talked about that. Is that something that, I'm just assuming that's going to be on 60%?
That's item 2. As soon as everyone's done with the park, I think Shweta's going to move to item 2 of her colored list there.
I know the green dot was there for a reason.
Yes. Okay.
So the item 2 on our agenda was the Jurgen Park cricket field. I know there has been some discussions about the event lawn space being also used as a cricket field and regular cricket games. And we just wanted to bring it up if that is still the plan, and how we will be moving forward with that, and because it will have implications on our utility connections, specifically with the lift station and capacity. So just wanted to bring it up and see where we are and if that's still the consideration we'll be thinking about in phase 2.
Okay, so council, I'm recalling that in some other meetings we've had, and one of those in particular with folks who are very interested in cricket and cricket fields is, do I understand correctly that it's sort of an either or, that if you have a cricket field, it's not going to lend itself very well for general recreational use, essentially because of is it the pitch that's in the middle? That's not clear to me in terms of how that would be worked out in terms of the use of the space itself. Does anybody else have that concern, or did you hear it as I did, that may limit that particular field to pretty much strictly use of that type for cricket?
Mr. Mayor, yes, sir. My understanding was that the pitch area is a relatively small area in the center of the entire space.
Yeah.
And it would need to be protected and covered, but it wouldn't necessarily preclude the use of the rest of the field for other events or casual lounging or those types of things. But at the center of it, and I don't remember the dimensions, but it was relatively small compared to the rest. And speaking on to the future plans, I think that with these phases being sort of rolled out, we would need to re-engage, because I think part of the conversation was maybe some potential partnership in the development of the other end of the park. So I think we need to probably re-engage with those interested parties to see if there's interest there still based on what our phase one is.
Okay, good point. Thank you.
And also, I believe when we had those discussions, I think the diameter of this field might be just slightly too small or for some tournaments, or the classification to be certified as a tournament. And I know we realigned the tournament type field to help accommodate that, but with this field, is there room to make it the diameter of what it needs to be?
There will be some additional grading and design revisions that we will have to make to accommodate that. Right now, the way it is shown, what the cricket players would like that field to be.
But it can be done. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add a couple of comments to follow up on both Mr. Singleton and Mr. Dellinger's comments. I think what we learned from the cricket folks, but also in talking to staff, is Mr. Dellinger's right. If you protect the pitch, you could do lots of other things with the area. But from a practical standpoint, do we have the means and the manpower and the materials and everything else to properly care for the pitch when the rest of the lawn's being used for something else, and how are we going to make those turns? There's also the consideration of to what level you want to outfit this as cricket. And if we are working with a partner, Mr. Singleton sort of alluded to this, if we are working with a partner that sees this as their primary tournament facility, then while theoretically you could use it for an event lawn, I don't know that it would be practical to do that because of the degree in which they would expect it to be developed to meet their uses. So I don't know if Maria or Shweta, either one, wants to add to that, but I do think there's an easy yes answer that you can do both, but I think from a practical standpoint, there's a lot more to consider before we just move on thinking that it'll be bigger than it is currently drawn, but used for multiple functions.
Yeah, I'd be happy to hear from them, and to your point, that was my general understanding, that you could potentially use it for other things, but it depends on, I guess I would say, how protective you want to be of keeping this as sort of a premier cricket field, and to do both may be extremely difficult, was my understanding.
Management of the natural turf would be one of the considerations that we have to think about if we want to have regulation type league games here. Then you need to make sure that we have the right height of the turf and its playable playability value on that. So if we are having events every weekend and intense use for special events where a lot of people are coming in and using the space, you need that breathing room for the grass to grow and get to a certain level where you can then use it for cricket play or any type of sports. So based on that, from the operations perspective, how do we achieve that balance? And does the town, is the town ready to accommodate that balance? And how do we want to do that? That probably is more of that discussion to make sure we have the balance of special events and play, so that everyone gets that quality of experience that they expect from this area.
So does anybody from Parks and Rec want to weigh in on that? Or maybe you're speaking for that particular department. I mean, it just seems to me, again, I'm not certainly opposed to the cricket area, and we've talked about that a lot, and there are a lot of positives there, but it seems to me if we have a space like that and we're going to sort of protect it for that use, it becomes a specialized area that's not generally usable to the public, I guess I would say. Go right ahead.
If I can add to that conversation, I think having sort of deeper conversations with a potential partner to really understand how they envision the long-term use, whether it's just, weekend tournaments or if it's a sort of semi-professional or early professional team. How often would they have regular games or matches, I should say, to really understand the potential use as a dedicated field. Keep in mind that playing fields, you have to be very thoughtful of how you use them because of potential injury. I mean, if you look at the soccer fields, they're certainly large enough to have events, but we would never sort of think of a soccer field or a multipurpose field as a place where we would have a concert or a market. We would be very careful, again, to sort of be mindful of potential injury during sports activity. So the other part that would impact this sort of side of the park in terms of development is understanding better the sort of backstage needs of cricket teams in terms of dressing rooms, not dressing rooms, locker rooms, and the stuff that goes with when you have players and the expectations, as well as understanding a little bit better the type of attendance that a cricket match would have. So that we could have the appropriate amenities for the public. So I think we probably need to have additional conversations with a potential partner to really understand their needs and what they would bring to a public-private partnership.
Mayor, to also add on to the answer to your question, at the last time we met, council did at the time agree that they thought it was appropriate for us to drop the use of the amphitheater from this area because that would allow the cricket field or the circle to get larger if we needed to. We also discussed how there's other places in town and other existing facilities that might be better suited for that amphitheater concert type use anyway. So I just wanted to check in to make sure that regardless of the discussion about what size the cricket field is and are we going to allow anyone on it for other uses when it's not cricket, I just want to check back in to make sure we're all still on the same page, that we're not, that everybody's still in agreement that we're leaving the concert type stage use out of this discussion as we talk about multi-purpose uses combined with cricket.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go right ahead.
From what I'm hearing, it sounds like I totally agree that the amphitheater, we could put that somewhere else. It sounds like this cricket, not the potential of this and people coming in tournaments and what have you, we probably need to rethink that whole, I agree, down in there because it's mentioned if you have tournaments, you got to have some sort of locker room, a place for these competitors to change and what have you. And it sounds like cricket's going to be a very big thing. And if, as I always say, if we're going to do it, let's do it right the first time. And if it's going to be a designated field, we need to probably rethink that whole end down that way. And just, I agree, move that amphitheater. There's places we can hold that elsewhere. And because it is portable and make us more of a cricket area because it sounds like it's a pretty big deal.
So as we're working, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, sorry. Just I wanted to agree with everything that said. I think that the development of the first phases is solid, and looking forward to the development of the rest of the park is kind of where we're at. And I think re-engaging for the next phase and hopefully something like this would accelerate that. If it works out, that'd be great. And if it doesn't, well, it doesn't. But I think we're at a good point of re-engaging now that we have our phase ones pretty nailed down. So
I think that helped answer my question, Mr. Dellinger. I was going to just confirm with council that they do want us to work into the timeline that we're going to start developing with McAdams for moving forward with 60% design. I think what I'm hearing is we should work in the appropriate amount of time to re-engage with the cricket folks and make sure that we're allowing enough time for their input before we and come back and revisit that as we're developing the scope for 60%. Shweta, is that a good way to ask that?
Yes, I think that sounds perfect because we can, we want to make sure the phase 1 and phase 2 are seamlessly connected as we move forward. And so moving phase 1 with 60% at the same time, getting details on phase 2 and making sure they all align, that would be the good approach to accommodate that.
Mr. Dickerson.
Yeah, I went to one of the cricket matches in Morrisville a few months ago just to see. I had never been to one. Didn't know much about the field and the game and that type of thing. But I think before we make too many hard and fast decisions on cricket, that would be worthwhile for the council to go out and see that field, the magnitude of it. It's a big circle. I know I saw the mayor out there of Morrisville, and he said they had some lessons learned, so it'd be worthwhile, I think, for us to talk to Morrisville as a municipality and their, I guess, their use of the park and how that affects everything else. And one thing I know he said to be careful about is how you place your spectator areas. There's people all along the circle, but you might have one central kind of spectator area and how that's facing and those type of things. So, which, you know, I know the architect would kind of look at those things, but he said there's a few things that they probably would have done different. So it might be worthwhile taking a trip out there.
And I don't want to get in the weeds too much, and I'll stop with this probably, but I guess did we have a discussion and satisfied in our minds that, you know, with the soccer fields where they are and the cricket field where it is.
These are multi-purpose fields, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me.
Multi-purpose.
Okay, multi-purpose field, excuse me, Mr. Singleton. But my question is, the proximity of those two in terms of having an event on both is not considered to be problematic. There's enough space to get people in there for whatever you're having on the multi-purpose fields. We'll say, for instance, a soccer tournament and or a cricket tournament at the same time. Was that discussed at all?
Are you talking about the front fields or the championship field that we have beside the potential cricket field, Mayor? Just want to clarify.
Either one, but I guess I was talking about the front fields there.
That could be an operational challenge, perhaps. And again, it's really understanding better how the seasons may overlay to figure out how it could be accommodated. I mean, I suspect, you know, a bigger tournament for the multi-purpose fields, whether it's soccer or rugby or, I don't know, field hockey, how you sort of stagger that with a semi-professional evening game might work really well. Having both at the same time might be a bit of a parking challenge as well as an ingress issue. So it's an operational thing that we would have to figure out how to make it work.
Okay, I just want to make sure we had
Several things. First, I'll touch on that. You have to remember, you know, if you've ever been to WRL Soccer Park, there's 20 plus fields out there, and on week tournaments, they're playing on every field. If they can do that out there, and listen, there's only one way into there and one way out. It's a big U. There are not multiple ways out of that place. Trust me, been stuck up in it before. So, staff's right, it's an operational challenge, staggering games and so forth and so on. But with the other road access, that makes so much more sense now when we start talking about this, how the other access road can certainly play a part in this. Also, we have to realize, the mayor said this is a specialized field that couldn't be used, but we're not going to put a concert on the grass multi-purpose fields either. You have to realize there's no more specialized than those fields. Now, is it the kind of field where a family can go out there with small kids and run around? They should be able to, just like they can on the other ones. But you don't want organized practice or organized teams out there wearing cleats and tearing the field up. But that can all be handled through management of the property. So those can take place. All the talk about confirmed with Morrisville is certainly spot on. That's got to take place because I believe they're getting ready to build, they're designing another complex, if I'm not mistaken. I read that Morrisville's working on adding an additional field, possibly. I think
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think I read that somewhere. They're planning. I'm not saying they're probably no further along than we are, but let's see the growth and the use of that particular sport. So as far as the amphitheater type setting, we've got an amphitheater type setting where 15,000 people go once a year. I mean, we've already got one. We need to invest. That was talked about years ago, multiple times at Lake Benson Park. You got an amphitheater setting already that can be used. And also these small events, if you've seen the Dick's plan, they're going to put another one out there. That can hold several thousand people.
What'd you say?
The Dick's Park.
Oh, excuse me.
It's got another performance area like this or bigger than this. I think it could hold 5,000 to 7,000 people. I may be off on that, but it's another one they're going to build out there. So anyway, all things to be considered as we look to move forward. But again, this field is no more specialized than the other fields. It's just how you program it, when you program it, right. Having the in and out, which makes sense because this particular case is only one road in and one road out. At least at WRL, you got a U, a shape where you come out, everybody comes in one side and goes out the other. So the road on the other side makes a lot of sense now. You see all this and start talking about what staff has brought up. It makes more and more sense.
All right. Anybody else, question, comments? Yes.
When would we organize a visit to the Marshville soccer fields as a group, or should we go individually on our own? And what time frame do we want to schedule this for?
I recommend we try to go as a group and, have someone as a tour guide that can speak to, from experience of having the cricket field there. I think that would be the best way to do it.
I would agree with
Somebody
that
on
as
the
well,
staff.
but,
Probably coordinate that through Mr. Colley over there, the mayor, or somebody on his staff.
Well, I think we could probably coordinate it through our staff.
Okay.
And certainly tie the elected officials in if we need to, but we probably need to have a staff person who's out there running it and, maintaining it, give us more concrete information.
Mr. Dixon, if I could add, I think there's some other places and other types of uses that staff feels like would be important for council and our staff to go visit as we continue the development of these. So while it's probably paramount to do for the cricket, I think there were other examples that some of the park staff brought up of places that we might want to go visit as we're continuing to work out details. So we'll prioritize, in working through the timeline for 60% design, we'll prioritize the cricket discussion, but then staff will likely recommend some additional places that we want to coordinate some visits out into the field to help us further refine some of these decisions, if that's acceptable.
Sure, okay. Anything from other park staff people at this time that want to speak to this? Anybody? Okay, what about council members?
Nice for the question. And looking at this, I'm looking at this one of the Jurgen. I've looked at the key, and obviously I'm missing something. There's a blue line that goes right around down this field, and it stops here. Then this same blue line picks up here and goes back here. And
That's sewer.
Well, no, the sewer main, force main says FM, and unless that's something different, because if it's sewer, it stops and doesn't go anywhere unless it goes under the road. I was just curious. It's right parallel to Garner Road on the first synthetic field there. There's a blue line.
Oh, yeah.
That just runs the link to the field. Then you pick it up further down, and it goes down through a parking lot. So I know it's not something that's on the surface because it'd be in the middle of the parking lot. So I realize that. Is that a sewer main or something that's tied into that?
Oh, that's the storm line.
Storm drain.
Yeah,
Okay.
stormwater pickup. Yeah.
Okay. So that's all on the ground.
Yes.
All right. Just curious, since it was on the surface there, what exactly that was. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments, observations? Okay, good discussion. Go ahead.
Right, so moving on to the third item, the Meadowbrook Park Lake and the dam area. During our 30%, we found out that the dam is in a compromised condition at the lake. The lake is a contributing structure to the National Historic Register. So we have provided the town the due diligence scope for what should come next for inspecting the dam. There is a lot of vegetation that has grown on it right now, and the roots are compromising the integrity, the structural integrity of it. And so it will need to be brought up to its dam safety standards. And so for that, the first step is to do some additional due diligence to figure out what exactly is wrong with the dam, so we can figure out what's the next step to rehabilitate that. Is it going to be, what's the cost implication of that going to be? So that scope would also include geotechnical inspections of that dam, so we'll have someone go in there and drill some holes to figure out what's going on underground, what's the condition of the pipe that crosses the dam, those kinds of things, to get better idea of the scope of work for that. From the historic register perspective, because it's a contributing structure, we did have a conversation with State Historic Preservation Office on that. And because it is a safety issue, they are open to the idea of draining it, which would be more cost-effective solution, maybe. We don't know that yet before the due diligence process. But it can be drained and it can be brought to its natural condition where it will go back to a stream flowing condition and some wetland areas that will start to form in that area. From SHPO standpoint, we will have to mitigate that impact by providing some educational signage, public outreach, making people aware that this was once a pond, and start to tell that story to public so they are aware of the history and the importance of this area. The second option is to rehabilitate the dam and keep the lake as it is so it can be used for as a recreational amenity for the park. So we just wanted to bring that up and see what all your thoughts are on that, and where would you like to move forward with with whether we drain the pond and bring it to a natural condition, or rehabilitate the dam and keep the lake.
Any cost affixed to that?
We don't know that yet. We have to go through that due diligence process. We got, the range of costs was pretty wide on the spectrum, from $100,000 to $1 million. So it's really hard to figure it out right now.
We need to do more due diligence to find out what can be done in regards to the dam wall, and see what cost it would be, where it is between the 100,000 and the $1 million. We need to find out what that more clearly defined.
What it would be, yes, correct.
Mr. England, we have the proposal from McAdams to do that due diligence work. We were just waiting for today's discussion to just make sure that council wants us to go ahead and move forward with bringing that contract back or having the manager execute it to move ahead with the due diligence.
Okay.
I'm a thumbs up on the due diligence contract.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we almost got to do that, it seems to me. Don't have
Move
any
ahead on the
choice
due
it.
diligence was the question. Okay.
Mr. Damian, Mr. Dellinger agrees.
Yeah, Mr. Dellinger, we're getting thumbs up here in terms of moving ahead with the due diligence. You want to weigh in on that, sir?
I agree. Even from just a simple liability perspective, we've got to do that as soon as possible for safety reasons.
In our September meeting, there was an overall consensus from the council, if I'm not mistaken, that we were looking at keeping the pond. I also heard that because of a contributing factor, you went back to the SHPO, and the SHPO said that they are amenable to draining the pond with mitigation.
Correct.
And the mitigation being education.
Correct.
Okay. And it's cheaper to drain the pond than it is to repair the dam.
That's our understanding right now from the on-site inspections.
Diligence will be able to find out those costs.
Yes, it will help us figure out what the scope of that project will look like, and then get us a better idea of the cost numbers.
I have a
Supposing
question.
the cost might dictate a little more specific whether we repair the dam or whether we drain the lake. That's just a side comment, but yeah, okay. But at any rate, we're agreeing that we certainly must move ahead with the due diligence, and that can be done forthwith, and we can get some firm information and estimates on that pretty soon. Mr. Dickerson?
Mr. Dellinger had a,
Oh, excuse
Councilmember
me.
Dellinger had a question.
Oh, okay, yeah, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, with the due diligence, also sort of create a scenario of what a breach might look like, and the danger of that, and to other properties. Again, my thought is on the liability. I mean, we have an attorney now, but what would be the potential implications if the dam were to breach? Because I guess I'm thinking ahead to a scenario where maybe it may come back that it's imminent and we may need to drain it. And then my question is, well, is there the possibility to then fix it? I mean, you have to drain it to fix it probably anyway. But then to refill it and all that other stuff, although those scenarios going to be captured in that due diligence?
I believe, yes, we will capture different scenarios and what the implication of that would be.
Okay.
We can accommodate that, yes.
Okay. And again, maybe, I'm just curious to know how that fits into the time frame of, I mean, is this going to be the, sort of the next significant bit of information that we can expect to hear back from?
Yes, I will be reaching out to our experts who do the dam rehabilitation work and get the time frame and the schedule from them that we can convey to the team and to you as well. So figure out how that will fit in with our phase 1 improvements. Right now, phase 1 is not impacting the dam, and all the water is being captured downhill and getting to Hebron Church Road. So we are not putting anything additional impacting impacting the pond anyway right now. So that phase 1 can move forward as we continue work on the dam portion of it.
Okay, any other questions, comments from council? Okay. Hearing none.
All right, great. All right, so the last component, this was just a note here about finding future public-private opportunities. The yellow dot that you see on the plan, that is the existing historic clubhouse building at Meadowbrook Park. There are several grant opportunities or possible private funding opportunities that the town staff is interested in to leverage for renovation of that portion of the project. So we just wanted to note that here and make the council aware of that. There are some side conversations that we will be working with staff on finding those grant opportunities. Maria, did you have anything else to add to it?
And not just for the clubhouse. I think there are funding opportunities that will be coming down the pike with all the federal money that is sort of being kind of marshaled through for infrastructure that would include at some point some of the park components. So we're again being very in tune with future grant opportunities, and we'll just bring those to you. Obviously, if they're non-matching grants, that's great. But there are times that there are matching grants, and then we'll be able to leverage the bond funds as match. So we'll just keep you in the loop. And again, wanted to also get a sense from you if this is something that you're comfortable with, that we go out and seek additional resources to for the parks.
Okay, you want to answer the last part first? Basically, the assent to, searching out what's available out there, right?
So the existing clubhouse has well water and a septic system, right?
Yes.
So any upgrades may require water and sewer. We don't know. There were issues there with the septic system. Had there not been, or were there? I can't remember.
We repaired.
Been repaired.
Yes, the town repaired this septic system shortly after we purchased it.
Okay. And if and when a splash pad ever goes out there, it's on the plan. When it goes there, along with someplace else in town, of course you got to have water and you got to have a system for that. So I'm assuming, well, you need public water for that. I'm assuming. I don't know. I'm assuming you would. But anyway, I'm getting way ahead. We're talking about the clubhouse. I just want to make sure the clubhouse is on well water and septic currently.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think it probably goes without saying that we assume that it's okay for staff to be looking for these unique funding opportunities. What we wanted to just make sure you're aware of is sometimes if we happen to hit a cycle that it's a good time for us for this project to score well or get funding. If there is any matching to it, we would have to come to council and say, we had not planned this in the current phase, but the funding is there. And so we would need to go ahead and commit to doing it. So not quite as simple of just asking, is it okay for me to looking at these funding opportunities, but just to make sure you're aware that should the right thing strike at the right time, we might be coming to you to ask you to move forward on something a little bit out of cycle while we can take advantage of the funding. And we assume that that's okay, but we just want to say that out loud to you to make sure that we've expressed that it could cause us to change when we're doing something like the clubhouse might have to happen at a different timing because there's funding that particular cycle or that particular year.
Okay. Any comments, Council? Go ahead.
Question relating to the funding. I know that the last meeting, we also talked about the possibility of exploring CARES Act funding for the potential repair of the dam. During that period, this may be a little bit out of scope here for the discussion, but is that something we will consider also if the CARES Act funds are available to look at possibly preparing the bridge while we have the funding available to take care of that out of the phasing process? It's part of phase 2.
Yeah, I believe you're referring to the ARP funds, the American Rescue Plan funds. They're kind of similar but different, some different criteria. Well, some of the rules have just been finalized for some of those funds, so we'll be coming back to you shortly to talk about how we use those. We gave you a list, and so now it's going to be, pretty soon try to shorten that list and figure out what we're going to do. That could potentially be a possibility, but until we see the entire list and some of the cost estimates, I couldn't say whether we use it for that or not.
I know the league certainly in the last thing I read just yesterday, at least, is touting. Of course, they're touting more specific, I guess, water and stormwater projects. But a lake and a dam would seem to me to be a close first cousin to some of that. That at least by the assessment, I guess, of the president of the league, that was an assessment of an area that towns may really want to consider. But at any rate, it would seem to me that depending on how this assessment turns out, that's at least a consideration that ought to be made as it relates to the ARP funds. Okay, sorry, didn't mean to. Anything else here?
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor, from Mr. Hodges in his question. I think it might be wise to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee may be a good venue for presenting grant opportunities that you're pursuing, but also ones that may come to council. I wouldn't want things to get so far afield that they're coming to council for just an approval for a match for a grant we've gotten, but then it's out of sync with maybe what the expectations of council are. So I think Parks and Rec may be a good venue, that advisory committee, for keeping that group informed of what grants are being applied for, just to kind of give little kind of headlights to kind of what the thinking is from staff on some things that may come out of sync with the phasing without having to bog council down with every grant application that you guys pursue.
Okay, that sounds reasonable to me, sure enough. Okay, anything else? All right.
So just quick, here we want to, the next steps we want to ask the council to consider is request to move forward with our 60% design for phase 1 of both parks, along with the dam rehabilitation due diligence that we just talked about.
Okay, council, I'm supposing, but I don't want to suppose, you weigh in here. Are you ready to confirm the next steps here? I think everybody's on board, am I right?
I had one more quick question before we move forward, and I had it on my list. I apologize. On the phase 1 for Jurgen, in the major master plan, there are trails. Is there the possibility to include some of that trail creation on the east side of that property in phase 1, or is that cost prohibitive? I just think it'd be good to have more use out there, and not knowing how long phase 2 is going to take. I don't know how much more trails creation costs, but I think it might be a good addition. I'll just put that out there for discussion.
We can consider that in our scope to look at the trail component. We would also suggest maybe looking at it more from the natural surface trail perspective, or the latest term that is being used is dirtways as well. So that when we get to the next phase of incorporating the adventure play and other exploration component in that area, if there are trails that don't work with those structures, we can bring them back to nature, replant them, and reroute the trails as we need to. So that probably is a better way to work with the land in that case. And also just working with the land and grading it and clearing it. It may or may not be all ADA accessible at this stage, just making sure that that expectation would be okay with that.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they're sort of temporary and can be changed in the future, but I think it'd be great to include those in phase one for Jurgen.
Okay, yeah, I agree with the idea of certainly making it usable as soon as we can, at least some trail portion or whatever, yeah. Other comments from council on that?
I agree. I think it's a good point. I'll say this, I've said this before and I'll say it again. It's a shame that we're looking at building 2 new parks and we still don't have a dog park in either one of them. Because you're going to invite people to come out there and walk on these trails that Mr. Dellinger just talked about, and walk on these trails down here at Meadowbrook, and people bring their pets, and we still don't have a dog park. But anyway, I beat that horse. I reckon I have to beat it some more. Still don't understand, but anyway. I mean, just go down to the one at Lee Vincent Park one day and look how busy it is. That's just one. We don't have 2. And the small one you can go by sometime and it's busy. But anyway, I regret.
And I think Meadowbrook, just in that part of town, I'm not sure, and staff may want to look at what amenities are being created out there for some of those developments and see if there are any planned dog parks in that down sort of White Oak in that area, and if not, maybe something to consider. On Jurgen, there is a dog park at the rec park right down the street, but I think looking in that part of town to see if there are any or not would be a good thing to do as we go into the 60% for Meadowbrook.
Did you have something you want to say, Mr.?
Oh, just real quick, I got a message from Ernestine Durham, who's chair of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, and she concurs with what Mr. Council Member Dellinger said about bringing some of the things to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. She was not able to be here today, so she's relaying some of her comments.
Maybe their committee would be interested in weighing in on Mr. Singleton's observations.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, weighing in on grant opportunities.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, I think, and staff, I don't know if Shweta or staff want to make any comments, but staff has heard Mr. Singleton talk about dog parks, and a lot of discussion has gone into the incompatibility of dog parks with other uses, and adding that kind of amenity to Jurgen with the high traffic use that we're doing. Staff really believes it would really create conflicts and issues there when there's one almost in sight down Garner Road. And so we really, I think I can speak for staff that they really believe that that type of use with the noise, with some of the uses you're proposing there, is just incompatible. I think staff feels similarly about some of the uses at Meadowbrook, but if we need to, I think it would be easier to go back and potentially look at ways to try to incorporate something at Meadowbrook. But staff is, we're relying on staff's expertise to weigh in on the compatibility of uses of all the things that we're trying to put into all of these parks.
Even unless you can tell people they can't bring it down there on a leash, there can be dogs there. So that's just, you're avoiding the issue. Well, we don't need to, okay, I get that. But they can be down there with dogs anyway, so.
Right.
Just
But Sunday at Lake Benson Park, the dog park was so busy that we had trouble getting to the parking lot beyond it. And so if that parking lot beyond it was the one serving one of these fields, you would really create a traffic and incompatibility nightmare.
But you just hit the point I said, it was so busy. Thank you.
Right, we may need them. We just combining them all at those uses all together.
I would convert one of our existing parks to a dog park or make part of it one, but I'll talk about that later at the break. I mentioned that before too.
Well, of the two, in my humble opinion, and I'm in Lake Benson Park a lot, and I don't have a dog that I put in the dog park, but it is actively used. But I would think that Meadowbrook might lend itself more just because of the type park that it is, better than what I consider to be more of an athletic park certainly at Jurgen, but that's just one person's opinion. But to Mr. Singleton's point, maybe we need to just give some thought, perhaps in conjunction with or beyond what we're discussing here in terms of the feasibility of another dog park, how big it should be and where it should be. That seems to me we could certainly have that discussion.
There was also discussion internally with the team about the new developments that are coming up close to Meadowbrook Park and the HOA-owned properties that the people have there, possibility of another potential neighborhood park and other property acquisition that you have done. So maybe there is an opportunity to provide dog park in those types of more suitable neighborhood type facilities than these destination park amenities where you have multiple other uses coming together. So we can work with the staff and figure out where the best suitable site could be for a dog park, which is within neighborhoods and people can walk to those areas and use them more frequently than coming to a destination park for a dog park. We can include dog waste stations and on the trails and include signage associated with that in both parks. So when people are there with their dogs on leashes, they have the ability to do so comfortably with the dogs. So that could be a consideration instead of a full dog park amenity within these parks.
Okay, yeah. All right, anything else here? All right.
So I think that was the end of our presentation. I would like to thank you all for your time today, and we really appreciate your time and your input on moving these projects forward. Really excited to continue working on these.
Ask a question.
Yeah, go
On
ahead.
the emails that we got yesterday, John, you sent us the information that she presented us, the dollar figures and so forth. Was that, I opened all the attachments. Was that included in this or not?
No, sir, we'll send these slides following today's meeting. We'll send them out to everyone.
Thanks.
And we mentioned adding things to it. I don't want to be the at the end of the meeting, the bearer of the not bad news, but just if you didn't add those two totals up with current pricing, phase one for the two parks already slightly exceeds the amount that we had allocated within the bond fund. So just if that had not dawned on you today, just wanted to make sure you know that even at phase one level, we've crept up a little bit above what we hoped we could do phase one for. Now we came up with that number without the benefit of the detailed information, and council certainly has the ability to move dollars around within the park's bonds, but just wanted to point out that we are slightly above the initial amount that we talked about using for the phase one of these two parks.
Certainly something we have to hear whether we want to or not, for sure, yeah. Okay.
We didn't talk about that as much last time in the bond, so I don't want
Right.
to miss an opportunity
Yeah.
to make sure we're all staying on the same page with dollars.
Yep. Okay, well, thank you very much for your good presentation and for your flexibility and letting us interrupt and have questions and the whole bit. So good presentation, and obviously we'll look forward to hearing from you or someone from McAdams further in the not so distant future, right?
Thank
Okay.
you so much. I appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you very much. Council, we've been going almost 2 hours. You see the next item on there, and I guess we're ready to move forward with that, but I'll be happy for us to take about a 10-minute recess if you like at this time. Okay, we'll do a recess and try to be back in about 10 minutes, if you will, and we'll resume with item number 2. Okay, I'm going to gavel us back into session after I recess. Thank you for being back timely. And so we will resume with item 2 on the agenda under discussion, and I'll recognize our Assistant Town Manager, Mr. Hodges, at this time, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. One of the other things we wanted to do today, we'd have some conversations with the mayor and council members individually since our bond referendum passed. We thought it'd be a good time while you were together and we were talking about 2 of our really big parks bonds projects to give you a status update where we were on finalizing all the 2013 bond projects and everything that's already in the works through the 21 bond projects. And we can certainly take any feedback you have today on any additional work, but what we wanted to show today, partially show you today, was that while you haven't heard a whole lot about it, we do have a lot of things well underway that are a part of the new approved bonds as well. So with that, I'll have some slides here, and staff may want to, we might call on staff to weigh in on these as well. So we had 4 bond category questions in 2013. You may recall Public Safety and Services Facilities bonds, Parks and Rec bonds, and Downtown Development bonds are the first 3. These are substantially complete. We have to do formal closeouts of some of the projects. As you know, we're working on closeout of the Recreation Center. There's some other things, little things that we need to close out, but these are substantially complete. Some of the work that was done recently that you'll see showing up on Mr. Johnson's status update, small things like retrofitting the stormwater device by the police station, retrofitting the steps, some of those things have all been completed recently. You'll see on his report that we provided at your desk. But for the most part, these 3 are substantially complete. We do still have street and sidewalk bond projects that are underway, and wanted to highlight those for you today. As you're aware, the Jones Sausage Road project is in design, and those design costs were taken from the 2013 bonds. The White Oak Ackerman Hebron Church roundabout is in progress. The right-of-way and as much of the construction as we can afford in the 2013 bonds are scheduled to come from those 2013 bonds. We are working now on getting right-of-way, which is, and you'll have an amendment to a contract in your agenda next week for some assistance with right-of-way. The right-of-way for that project has proven a little more challenging and time-consuming than we'd originally thought, but it is underway nonetheless. Lake Drive design and right-of-way was a part of the 2013 bonds. That was a later addition that was added to be complementary to the Highway 50 bridge project. The design is complete, and I think right-of-way is now substantially complete, if not all the way complete. And then Vandora Springs Road sidewalk and drainage is under construction now, and you recently signed off on that bid. There's a number of projects that we did not get to start yet in 2013, or we've done some degree of work on, and we think the previous projects that I mentioned will take out all the 2013 funding. So then at the last time we gave you a bond update, we had already suggested to council that there's a number of projects that we would be moving forward into the next bond, which we now know as the approved 2021 bonds. So these projects include Main Street streetscape and downtown parking. This was a project that council approved up to about $600,000 for. The addition of an additional parking lot was going to add about $1 million to that project. Council asked us to pull that back to the original scope. Since then, we've had an opportunity to apply for some federal funding, and fingers crossed if the federal budget gets approved, we are scheduled to receive about $1 million to go towards that project, which would help us go back and add the much needed parking for downtown to that. So we're awaiting that the final funding, and when we do, we'll be bringing that back to council to talk about what are the appropriate next steps. The construction of Lake Drive, we suggested moving forward or would need to move forward. The Garner Road sidewalk, which is the short connector between Vandora West and Purdue Street, or one more street down, I think is the next street, I'm sorry. That connector, the Avisboro Road sidewalk connector, which will be connecting the YMCA to Summers Walk, and also proposing to take that down the frontage of Summers Walk, so pedestrian users know that there's a connection to White Deer and not have to figure out how to get through the neighborhood. Bryan Road sidewalk connector. That would finish the sidewalks that we allowed the school system to stop short of Ackerman Road because of environmental features. We're working on that now. Those last three all are either have been awarded for design or has been negotiated, and we're about to award for design of those. We also brought to you more recently Parker Street and Pearl Street improvements. When we did the depot project, we deferred the town's required street improvements of half of Pearl Street until future phase of that project. However, the Pearl Street Townhome project is going to be coming through and starting soon, so we're going to try to work out some type of developer arrangement as best we can to do both our side of the project as well as the Pearl Street Townhomes project side of the project simultaneously. It's going to take some coordination and probably a unique kind of setup to do that, but we're going to try our best to do that. That also would include some improvements along Parker Street, which is the short one-block street that connects Pearl Street and Montague Street. Part of the challenge there is that we own some of the property. We don't own all the property, but we think in that short span it makes sense to try to make all those improvements at one time, along with the developer, if we can figure out a way to pull it off and not place an undue financial burden on the developer. And by that I mean them having to comply with public bidding rules if we're a party to the work. So we're trying to work through the details of that. Also, projects that we've discussed previously that we have committed to and would be carrying forward. The Highway 70 lighting project. Mr. Johnson has worked with Duke Energy to complete design of the lighting from Highway 50 back to White Oak Road, and that would be done in there's three segments there. We have those designs and cost estimates. They've got a little bit of age on them, so they may have to be upgraded or trued up for time once we start to move forward on those. But that is a project that we had foreseen moving from the 2013 to moving forward to 2021 funding. We also had made a commitment to DOT match for several projects. The Highway 401 sidewalk match. We've not had a need to expend that yet, so we suggested moving that forward to the next bond. The Highway 50 bridge enhancements, that project will hopefully let later this year. The Rayner Road Bridge, we've contributed half of the improvements there, but the other half that we haven't, we'd likely pay out of the new bonds. And then the Timber 70 Hammond Road free flow intersection, that project has been moved out to an undetermined or a post-2029 timeframe. So while we don't know when that'll happen, when it does happen, there's some improvements that we would like to contribute towards, including extensions of sidewalks and other improvements. So whether it happens within the time frame of the 2021 bonds or not, they're all projects that we've committed to DOT that we would share in some way. So before I move on to 2021 projects, I'll just pause here and see if there's any questions about these list of projects for the 2013 bonds or any status updates on 2013.
Okay, council, any questions for Mr. Hodges here?
Anything with DOT attached to it in real terms, how far out you really think that is?
You can look at Mr. Johnson's list. The second half of his report are all DOT projects, and so what he tries to do is bring you the most current dates you have. So rather than giving you a blanket, I'll give you the blanket that lots of these things got pushed out, but I will say that Mr. Johnson's got more specifics included on the list that's at your desk there. I do think, I'm very hopeful that things like the 50 Bridge project that has gotten a new date that's got a 2022 on it, I'm hoping that they can keep that. So right now, my sort of thought is that if it's been assigned to 2022, I'm hopeful that DOT knew enough about the situation before they assigned a date that's that soon, and then dates past that, we'll have to see if they slide any. Chris, do you have any other general commentary on DOT status? Okay, does that help?
Other questions, council? Anybody? Mr. Dellinger?
No questions right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll move ahead to 2022. So yes, sir, Mr.
Oh, I thought the mayor looked like he was looking around to see if
I
any
was
other.
about to call on, but
Yeah.
I think
Sorry.
the council probably would have spoken up if they had any questions at this point. You okay, Mr. Singleton? Yeah, you don't have any questions? Yeah.
I have a question in reference to from my understanding, going back to what Councilman Matthew was saying about the 50 bridge and the change in the let schedule, it was further out than what it was Now it's being pulled, the let schedule for the 50 bridge was further out, but now it's being pulled into 2022. And we were looking at trying to work the Lake Drive improvements in with that bridge schedule because we didn't want to go back into with the public to disturb them with construction twice. Is that synced pretty much now?
We're far enough along with right-of-way acquisition that I believe that we could time that work out.
We can get there a little ahead, but there's really.
There's really no major impact to the internal development by us going ahead and getting the Lake Drive improvements done ahead of the 50 project. The only thing the 50 project will be doing is taking away the access to the US 70 ramp, and then they'll be adding sidewalk along NC 50 down to Main Street along that frontage. But we would prefer to go ahead and get that Lake Drive upgraded in advance so it's set, and then DOT's project will just complement that.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody good? All right.
All right, 2021 bonds moving forward, the street and sidewalks bonds. You know that we're planning for Jones Sausage Road's construction to be one of the primary projects out of this funding. We also know that council was interested in doing a number of sidewalk projects. You've given us some feedback on the prioritization tool and information that Gabby and Jeff have presented previously. We'll be coming back to you in the next month or so to just walk through that and get everyone's input as a group. Also recognize that since we started that, we have been awarded a pedestrian master plan through Campo. And so that the firm that has been selected for us, we did not select them, was McAdams, coincidentally enough. They're doing engineering work for us, they're doing parks work for us, and then they were selected by the team, our DOT team, to provide us this study. We're working with them now on that preliminarily. We'll be making recommendations for steering committee members to be formed. I think that Mr. Triesenberg or Ms. Lantis Lawler will be contacting or letting council know that we likely have a council representative opportunity for that steering committee, but that'll be forming soon. And once that kicks off, it's about a 12-month duration. So what we envision with sidewalks is that we would likely get back together with council soon while the study is kicking off, get hopefully consensus from council on your top couple of sidewalks that we know we're going to do regardless of what the pedestrian plan says, get those in the works as time allows, and then allow the pedestrian plan to take its course so we can integrate that within our plans and then make some additional funding decisions on projects based on the information we get from the pedestrian plan. So fortunately, we've got that planning tool available to us, and I think the timing is very good. Additional street projects, we've talked about before, a list of several projects, and at some point in time, once we're prepared to, we just need to come back and meet with council to talk about just what are those next road priorities. Those things they change fairly frequently depending on where development is happening, because sometimes the development is considering ones that we had considered doing ourselves, and so we'll just need to come back and have a session, probably a session just to revisit street projects and have that discussion. Anything on streets before I move ahead?
I have a question. Do we need to start including Greenway project plans in this spreadsheet, or maybe include it in its own project tracking? We set aside a lot of money for it, Greenways, and there's such a huge expenditure, and you start talking about a pedestrian plan. How are we going to begin tracking our Greenway projects?
So it's in the parks. The funding is in the parks part of the bond, and that's on the next slide that I'll get to. But just like with all the other projects, we've got one project that we had identified previously that I think so far council has said is the primary project to focus on first. So in the next slide, and I'll just go ahead and advance to it and can come back to this one as needed. But here, the first step for Greenways in staff's mind would be to revisit the plans that we've made for the South Garner Greenway extension make a determination of how we're going to move forward on that. I believe that council has, as we committed to the voters in 2013 that we were going to build it. We couldn't afford it at the time, and I think we've recommitted to the voters that it would be a part of the 2021 bonds. So my thought is, unless directed otherwise by council, we will start with that one. And then once we have a better understanding of the funding is going to be taken for that, then start looking at the Greenways plan to identify what are the next priorities with the Greenway plan.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's on the radar for the pedestrian planning, and also there are a lot of projects on this capital spreadsheet that are sort of proposed or in different phases, and I think that something very comparable for all of our Greenway projects would be helpful as well in sort of projecting those costs out, and also looking where down the road there may be potential partnerships with the county for mutual funding. So I'll hold the rest of my questions and let you finish the bond discussion, and we can revisit.
Okay, thank you. Just checking back anything that was related to street and sidewalks before we move forward. And that's a good point Mr. Dellinger makes, because the Greenways discussion does sort of span, although the funding is parked in the parks approval, voter approval, it does sort of span two topics that intersect between the two.
You're going to reaffirm for me this, what you're going to, over here, the South Garner extension, exactly what that is? I think I know.
That is the Greenway that connects the neighborhoods along Buffalo Road over to the park system.
Okay, yeah.
And as you may recall, we did a more recent study that identified 3 options. We did a former study that identified 2 options. And so somewhere between the 5.5 options, because we had an A and a B in the first one, hopefully some combination of those 5.5 options that we've identified over the years, we can find a way to afford and get the right-of-way and access needed to build that system. And to one of the points Mr. Dellinger made, one of the things that the Parks Director has recently done is responded to an inquiry by Wake County staff, so we're in pretty regular communication with them to update them on our plans, and they asking of us, and they reaffirmed recently what our priorities were so that they could work that into the funding choices that they're making at a county level. You may recall, or for anyone who wasn't a part of it, we did get some county funding committed to this project that we're talking about, but because we did not have enough of our own funds to complete it, we returned those funds in the hopes that we'd be successful at getting those again. So we feel really good about being able to get county participation on that particular project, because it would be the final leg of the Lake Wheeler to Lake Benson Greenway that is a high priority within the county's Greenway system plan. So in parks, we're currently working obviously on phase 1 of the signature parks, Meadowbrook and Jurgen, as you spent time discussing this morning. And thank you for that input and helping us move forward with that. One of the other buckets of money within the parks bonds was rehabilitation of existing facilities. One of the things that we're going to need to do is do a little more in-depth study of what those really need to be. One of the things that's not as fleshed out in the Parks Greenway Cultural Resources and Greenways master plan as it probably could have been or needs to now be that we have funding is actually assessment of how we're going to assess and how we're going to prioritize the rehabilitation of existing park facilities. So that's one that's already high on Maria and her team's list for bringing back recommendations for how we're going to do that. And then work that in either as bond priorities, and then also how does that carry over into our regular operational funding for the public facilities repair and maintenance work that we do. And again, we just mentioned Greenways, and that right now staff plans to start on the South Garner Greenway extension, and then once we know how much money that is likely to take, then we can start working on the next prioritization that we could afford past that. Any questions on parks before we move forward? All right, stormwater bonds. We have one of our larger projects, the Junction Boulevard project, that was one of the larger ones identified in the study that we had done a few years ago. The design work there is completed. Easements are going to be required, and so assuming that council is okay with us moving forward with the first project with the stormwater, staff can start moving forward with the work that would need to be done to acquire the easements for that. The other project that was identified is Forest Ridge. We are slightly on hold with that right now because there's some downstream issues that need to be addressed, and some of those downstream issues we really believe are DOT projects that they should be taking on. They're not prioritized with DOT now, so we sort of have we sort of have a chicken and egg situation here of, do we start working on a project when really part of the problem is a downstream project that if we start offering to be a part of it, it's going to be very expensive. And so one of the considerations there is, should we look at some of the potential work on Woodland Road? We've talked about sidewalks on Woodland as possibly being one of the top, or not top, but one of the priorities that may come out in sidewalks. But if you start doing sidewalks there's the question of widening. And if you start doing the widening, then you've got to address the culvert, and the stream crossing is one of the downstream issues that affects Forest Ridge. So this is going to be a bigger conversation, and one that so far we've not gotten any buy-in from DOT for funding, but we think that one of our options here could be looking at the scope of this and potentially considering submitting it for LAP funding. That's just a roundabout way of getting DOT participation because it's DOT dollars. We just have to go through the LAP funding. So probably an entire conversation just on its own for that project and where to take it. For today's benefit, just wanted to let you know that we can be prepared to move forward on one of the two large projects that remains from our study, and we will stand ready to do that. We did mention stormwater as one of the allowable uses from ARPA funds even before the final determination was given. So nothing has changed. That would still be allowable, but I think there's going to be other things that are now allowable for council to consider. So one thought was we might move ahead with this project as a bond project, and potentially, if you choose to allocate some ARPA funds to stormwater, potentially move forward with that for a study of small pipes. The reporting requirements for using the ARPA dollars did not get any less rigorous with the new relaxed rules. So bidding projects like a stormwater project is going to have a lot more requirements on it than doing something like a study. So I think at this point, we'd recommend moving forward with Junction Boulevard as a bond project. And if you choose to allocate any ARPA dollars to stormwater, as we continue those discussions, we possibly look at funding the small pipe study versus a project that would have as much bidding implications.
I'm going to make a comment. A few years ago, we had issues with Woodland Road needing to be resurfaced, and DOT continually telling us they don't have any money. And I talked with Joey Hopkins, who was the District 5-6 engineer at the time, and he said, we don't have any money. I said, yeah, I know, but it needs to be done. And he went and looked at it and called me back, and he said, you're right, it needs to be done. And he found a way. So just keep that in mind, that even when they say we don't have any money, we can keep saying it needs to be done.
Right.
And oftentimes that will happen. I know with Garner High School needing to be remodeled, rebuilt, I talked with Christine Kushner, who was then the chairman of the school board, on several occasions about it needing to be done. And she would say to me, we don't have the money, we don't have the money. And I said, I know, Christine, but it's our turn. And something changed and it got done. So let's not back off on going to them repeatedly and saying we need it.
Ma'am, Mr. Johnson is very good at repeating his request to DOT, so we'll let that encourage him to continue doing that. But he is extremely thorough in following up on issues with DOT on a very regular basis, and working on a couple of things Mr. Singleton submitted this week that it's just taking us a long time to get, but he's very persistent in trying to get those.
It's like we need to have Ms. Behringer sitting there with Mr. Johnson on the conference call, and she can crack the whip too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be happy to be in on it.
Yeah. Well, and I think if we can get funding that way, that's great too. I do think with this type of project, because there might actually be benefits to us in getting other work done that DOT wouldn't ever fund if we package it all together and go the LAP route. So I think there's going to be times that trying to push for direct funding is the best and most expedient way to go. There may be other projects that packaging it together and submitting it through LAP may get us more than we would get from DOT. So we'll take that under your comments and keep looking for the best way to get things funded.
Well, I'm fine with your direction. If you feel like they just don't want to hear from me, I'll be glad to add to it.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. And lastly, Public Safety and Services Facilities. Chief Poole is on the call today, so if he has any comments that he wants to interject, we'll call on him during this to weigh in. We had a meeting this week with Wake County to get an update on the project. So the good news is this project is moving along on our original plan schedule. The design development plans are complete. There's actually a big roll of plans that got delivered to my office yesterday. So if anyone wants to look at all the many pages that goes into what builds a fire station, I'll be happy to set those up somewhere that you can take a look at them. We did show you the floor plate at a previous meeting, and nothing has changed with the floor plate. And I don't have a copy of it today in the slides, and I apologize, but if I need to pull anything up, we can. They are hoping to submit the special use permit in February, potentially. So keep in mind that this would be, the county is going to submit just like any developer would. The town will be signed off on the application as the property owner, or the GEDC at this moment, and then that'll transfer sooner, fairly soon. But then that'll come through like any other permit would. They're expecting to have construction drawings in the April timeframe, bid in the August timeframe, notice to proceed with construction in the October timeframe, and construction completion in November of 23. So they're expecting this to be about a 12 to 13 month construction project. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Since Fuquay obviously not going to be a part of this, at least our last meeting, and we discussed the police department maybe expanding their presence, especially with all that growth out there, utilizing more of this building since we had that extra space. Having not seen the plans, is that still on the radar? Or,
So yes, so two things. We are building police a space that could accommodate, it's a touchdown space that's dedicated for their use with a separate entrance. That will have room for about 3 officers at one time to be there doing paperwork, whatever. It will have a restroom, a small kitchenette ability, so they could have people there touching down while they're work out in the field. We also have 1,400 square feet that was originally programmed for Fuquay should they be a part of it. They're no longer a part, but we have the footprint for the 1,400 square feet that we are keeping in the building. Right now, and I'm about to talk about the numbers here, so we'll go ahead and jump into that. What that includes right now is really just walls and a roof. The required stub up of plumbing and basic utilities to stub up, but the concrete floor wouldn't be poured. So if anybody remembers the bank building that fire is now in, when we bought that building, one end of it was a gravel floor with stub ups, so it could be shelled out as a cold shell. It could be built out as needed in the future. We would, right now, unless we add funding to the project that goes beyond the bond funding, we would leave that as a cold shell because we don't know what the future needs are for police or anyone else at this time. But we will have a roof and walls, and we won't have to go back and grade the site again.
a game plan?
We've got a game plan.
Okay.
But what I'll jump ahead to, well, let me pause just a moment before I jump into the numbers and circle back to Ms. Behringer's question.
Yeah, if we could just have in the record, again, revisit the fact that we would have been building this facility sooner had not the Fairview issue come up and caused some delay. And the second thing, if you would update the GED land swap and the time frame there so that everybody understands why we haven't done it yet and the reasoning behind trying to coordinate.
Okay. So the reason that we've not done a transfer of the land, a swap or a transfer of the land from GDC to the town, is that was originally planned to be a swap of land, a parcel that the town had and a parcel that GDC had. Once that was to happen, that would create a tax burden for the GEDC that was just simply unnecessary to do. So all along, we've planned to make that transaction happen on an as it was needed. So there's no benefit to anyone for that transaction to happen any sooner. And so we've just been planning to do that on an as needed basis. I think that the attorney has sent council some information recently just about that may take on a different type of transaction. Ms. Jones is going to be updating the GDC this afternoon at their meeting, their board meeting, to talk about the way that may transact differently. And it's just a matter of, again, the financial impacts to our nonprofit partner who we're relying on to do this for us. And so whether that is a transfer of property, a donation of property, or a swap of property, we're timing it out just to make sure it is in the best financial interest of everyone. I think, the GDC took on the unique opportunity of being able to acquire this land a long time ago. They've held it. It's appreciated in value dramatically. So we owe a great deal of thanks to them for being willing and able to take that on. And we will definitely make sure that that land is transferred as appropriate to benefit the town and the GEDC. Was there another part to your question, Ms. Behringer?
Well, the 5 has been a long time anticipated, and there have been delays, and I just think would be good to have it added into the record that part of the delay was the controversy over the Fairview Fire Department, and we've resolved that, and now we're moving forward, but it's not that we were dragging our heels on our part.
Right, and actually the concept of this station, the funding of this station and the design, I think is happening much faster than many of our own town facilities that we've built over the years. So I think that while people may have wanted something sooner, I think we've done a pretty good job of getting this from concept to fruition in what I think is a pretty reasonable amount of time, and I think in time to be able to be there to serve. I think one of the things that council pointed out is get ahead and be prepared for the growth, and I think the timing has worked out well that we are potentially going to be open before many of the rooftops that have been approved are there to be served. So I think the timing is working out fairly well. All right, so we'll jump ahead to some numbers here. The current budget estimate for Garner's share of the fire station is $6.45 million. So you may recall the bond is $6.5 million. We started with a lower bond number. Mr. Singleton and others encouraged us to move that up. We did move it up. We're getting pretty close to it with current day cost estimates. This does include the site work, construction, furniture, fixtures, and equipment allowance, and the professional services, meaning the architect's design and everyone else involved. It includes the expansion spaces I mentioned previously, the walls, the roof. It's what's considered in development work terms a cold shell. Doesn't have a floor, as I mentioned. We would go back in and once we know exactly how we're going to use it, have the architects design what is needed in terms of plumbing and all the things, so we are not taking anything out. There's several additional costs that still have to be decided. One is a Garner only thing to decide. If we wanted to take the cold shell to a warm lit shell, meaning we would make decisions about where we might need plumbing, put it in, pour the floor, put a better finish on the walls and maybe the permanent light fixtures, a warm lit shell, that's going to add about $450,000 to the budget. Firstly, that would put us well over the bond funds that we have allocated. Secondly, I don't think that it would be prudent to do it right now just because we don't know what we want in that space. We would likely be paying for something that we'd have a likelihood of taking back out and redoing. So unless council has a compelling reason or need for us to finish that right now, we don't believe that there'd be a need to move forward with that. There's two other considerations that are that are a cost shared factor with both us and EMS. Bifold doors, it's a different door system that actually bifolds open much like a closet night, sort of, rather than a roll-up door. These are more commonly being used in some of the more progressive new fire stations that are being built, and I'll recognize the chief in a moment to speak about any of these things. It puts the doors out, they're always in the line of sight of the driver of the equipment, so that you're never running the risk of driving into the garage, the roll-up door as it's going in. There's some other things that the chief can talk about. The facilities design folks from Wake County, when we had this discussion this week, they felt like they heard enough conversation from the chief and others who are familiar with these that they want to go ahead and do a study to justify whether they should just be added as a portion of the design of the building. Right now, they would just be listed as an add alternate where we get the pricing as a part of the bid and decide if we could afford it or chose to afford it and add it onto the bid. So that one is still pending the justification that the county and staff is going to do to look at the need. And then the PV installation, and I apologize for blanking on the P and the V. This is basically installing the solar panels that would be on the roof of the building. The building is being built energy efficient and solar ready. This would just be taking the next step to actually adding the panels onto that. So we're still deciding with the county whether or not we add that in the beginning or just add that as an alternate or a bid alternate. So with that, I'll see if there's any questions you have about that, and I'll also recognize Chief Poole if he's got any comments about any of what's been mentioned here. Chief, do you have anything you'd like to add to the conversation or anything you need to correct that I said?
No, John, I think you summarized it very well. John and I have met numerous times with Wake County Facilities and Design, Wake County EMS, and PD to discuss the needs of the station. As he stated, we met Monday to get an updated list of project schedule. I've emailed the town manager and assistant town manager an internal schedule for us to begin preparations for that fire station regarding the FTEs and training through the Wake County Fire Academy. But I'll be glad to answer any questions regarding the design of the station. If we want to discuss the bifold doors, I'm prepared to discuss that as well. I'll defer to any information you need.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Council members, while we have the chief here, any questions for him? Okay, I believe not at this time. So
I think follow up on the chief's mention of a memo to the manager and myself about schedule for staffing. I'll elaborate that a little bit more on his behalf. What the chief has recognized is that the time it takes to get the staff through academy that are be needed to be able to populate the station in November of 2023, that is a pretty long headway to get there. And so what the schedule that he has sent us that we'll be meeting with him about, just to make sure we're on the same page with, is when we have to budget for those folks starting so that we could have them ready. And without a lot of due diligence, I believe that we had programmed those into the 23 budget in the beginning. We've just got to go back and make sure that we have the original projections for when we thought we'd be bringing on that staff, just verify that we've got it, that it is in sync with the chief's schedule. Thank you, Chief.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
yeah, go right ahead.
As far as additional equipment and vehicles, is that as part of the fire department's budget, or is that part of our budget considerations as we project out over our next year and our 5-year plan?
I'll get the chief to answer that, please.
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to answer it. So regarding the equipment of that station, it's designed to house one engine/ladder company. So we spec'd that truck and took delivery last year, so that truck is ready. And then the only expansion or additional piece of equipment we will require is a small vehicle for the additional battalion chief that is planned to be housed there. As of now, we've got that slated to go into the FY24 budget process. So we have one small vehicle to be replaced in FY23, and then an additional a new battalion chief vehicle in FY24. That's the only piece of apparatus or small vehicles that we will need for that station. And so we won't have to deal with that this fiscal year. I think what we'll have to talk about is obviously the FTEs in FY23 of getting those people hired and into the Wake County Fire Academy.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
All right. Well, next steps for us, and we want council's input in any additional direction or different direction you want us to take. We're going to start developing processes and systems to manage all the bond projects. Prioritization is and funding, as we've alluded to before when we've had discussions about the needs for staff. We didn't know what we didn't know when we started the 2013 bonds, and we've learned an awful lot of lessons. So while we do have things in the works that will be using the 2021 bonds, we do want to take some time now and put processes in place, systems in place, and ways in which we are prioritizing the work we do, whether it's at a staff level of which work to do next or things to bring to council to get your input on in terms of prioritization. We want to take some time to thoughtfully plan those out, and we'll be updating you on those plans. Our next steps from a staffing standpoint to be able to do that is fill both a special project manager position, which we're in the process of working on now. This would be a project manager that would be a member of the administration team that would help put these processes and systems in place, but they'd also be working on lots of other special projects to help the manager's office and the administrative staff move some of the other strategic initiatives along early days, they'd be focused on a lot of these processes that I mentioned for the bonds. We also are moving forward with the engineering project manager positions. You may recall that conceptually in the budget, council had approved project manager positions, and we're working with HR now to get those job descriptions finalized, get them in the pay and classification plan. So in one of your upcoming agendas, you'll see a consent item that is approving the new job titles, as you do anytime we add a job title. For a senior project manager, this would be someone that would carry a professional engineering license, that would be the senior member of the project management team. They would be one of the primary people responsible for a lot of the project management that we're taking on. And then secondly, a project manager that would be would not necessarily require a professional engineering license, but would be a part of that project management team. So we envision over the next few months adding 2 people to the engineering staff so that we can be prepared to manage these projects. Then we'll also be working with Davenport to update our debt model and the bond sale schedule. So we have a good idea, we think, with them, preliminary sale times, but we want to go back and revisit things with them. There's some other things we'll discuss in the next session, and other financial commitments that the town either has made or may choose to make, and we want to make sure that all those are in sync with what we have preliminarily planned for bond sales in our debt schedule. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and staff are here or online if there's questions that they could better answer.
Questions, council?
Good report.
Yeah, I'm pleased to receive this information. I'm going to be sitting down with our with Rick to do sort of a state of the town, and some of this information is covered there, and this is more updated than what I would have been able to say, I guess. So, thank you very much.
One of the goals in those processes that I mentioned is determining what type of, not just reporting. Mr. Johnson has done a great job at developing the capital projects report that he's done, but we think we can take things like that a step further, have that information more readily available on a regular basis to council, but also our citizenry. And so one of the things we'll be coming back to talk to council about in the future is, what does that look like? What does the information that you'd like to see at a glance look like? What information would you like the citizens to be able to see at a glance about all these projects? So we'll be coming back to ask questions of you to get confirmation or direction from council as we start thinking through what all these things look like.
Very good. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, would you like for me to continue into
I'll
the
say
next
yes.
item, or did you need to do anything between?
I think we're ready to proceed.
All right, so one of the other things that we thought would be timely to bring to you today, since we're talking about capital projects, if you would distribute those, Mr. Dickerson, was an update on the town hall space needs assessment that you allowed us to undertake. This was an assessment of some of the growth that we're experiencing in this building, and also ways to utilize the building that the town purchased contiguous to us at 109 Forest Hills. And so what we have done is worked with ADW Architects that designed this building to look at some retrofits of this building to accommodate growth, as well as how to best utilize the 109 Forest Hills building. So the first thing we'll talk about is the newer building, or the building we've purchased, and I'm going to, your pages follow along, I think, in step with the slides that I have here, so whichever is better for you to see. The first one is a line drawing of the Town Hall campus. So just to give you an orientation, this is the back driveway off of Avisboro Road that staff uses, others use, but it's the primary staff entrance. This is the former annex building. When ADW designed our new campus, they positioned this drive aisle so that one day it could punch through to Forest Hill Shopping Center. At the time, we didn't envision that we would own a building along that corridor, but we did it just for future connectivity and for future potential redevelopment of the shopping center or all the land around Town Hall to make it a more connected and pedestrian-friendly environment. Well, it was a good plan, because now we have the opportunity to just continue it straight through, and it would come out near the building that the town has acquired here. It will present potentially some challenges with taking out some of the parking, putting the drive aisle close to the building. We'll have to work out the details of exactly how it aligns, but conceptually, the thought is that we would make this connection so that you could have vehicular traffic that could go back and forth amongst our campus, and then also add pedestrian connectivity so that our staff members can go back and forth between our town hall, our police building, and this building. So before I move on to the next slide, are there any questions just about the general layout and orientation for you?
Is that through there, is that through the back side of the shopping center there?
Yes, sir. So just to give you an orientation, the turn in off of 7th Avenue to the shopping center would be here, just off the map. When you come in now, you curve around, and you curve around by the back parking of police. You curve around in front of another office building that's the same era as the police and this building, which is currently a church. And you keep curving around, and right here is our building on the right, and on the left is, at least mine, Mr. Johnson's landmark of the Mexican restaurant on the corner. That is El Dorado on the corner over there. So this is the drive aisle through the shopping center that's not clearly outlined all the way around.
Okay, yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
This is a potential layout for the Forest Hills building. This is color coded. The yellow are common spaces. The blue is IT. The green is engineering. The sort of orangish salmon color here is communications. And the big area that's currently shown as long-term storage for Town Hall, since we started doing this design work, we already think we have a need for that, for not storage, but for office, so we'll talk about that as we progress through the building. But what we wanted to show you here is we feel like that using the building's existing layout for the most part, we can accomplish quite a great deal of meeting the needs of staffing. If you can distinguish it on your drawings, any of the walls that are solid, so this wall is solid, it does not have a white line through the middle, is a new wall. Any of the walls that are open in the middle, like this one, are existing walls. So if you take a glance, we're actually using a tremendous amount of existing walls, maybe taking a couple out, like this denotes taking something out, so this hash line. We remove a few walls, but on the left half of the building, we really don't have to add much at all to be able to make use of it for needs we have. And I'll walk you through this. On the right with the engineering space, this was a very large open laboratory space, so most of those walls are added because there just simply weren't walls in there except a few offices that were existing over there. So the way we would propose using this building would be coming in to what is now the front door of the building. So this end of the building is what faces the shopping center over here. There is a door there that would be staff only. The front door would be here, right in front of the drive aisle that would come through. You come into a lobby area that's there now. We would wall in what is now the waiting room for this former medical clinic, and that would be the conference space for everyone in this building to use as shared conference. This corridor would take you through the building. We'd be able to utilize an existing break room, existing restrooms, and then provide you access into a secure door for IT. It is secure because of some of the requirements IT has for managing records, including police records and servers and so forth. It would also take you into a corridor that could take you into what is being proposed to be used as the engineering suite. And you could also access the future expansion area. So for the IT area, we would make use of what was the original check-in desk for the doctor's office. So all this cabinetry and counter work is there. It actually makes a really great spot for our employees to be able to walk up to a window that's there and be able to hand off equipment to or pick up things from our IT staff. It makes a really good workbench type of space to be able to interface with our IT staff, because as I mentioned, lockdown, we do have to keep the IT area rather secure because of the records that they house and manage. This lets us have a way for a human interaction and touch without compromising that integrity. We would have an office with taking a wall out for our IT manager. We'd have room for a future IT manager that would focus just on public safety IT needs. That is not a current position, but we would see that growing in the future. Using existing space that was already carved out as such, a large area to move and expand our server room. That's one of the challenges we have where we currently are, is not not having enough room. When we built that building, although it was only 5.5 years ago, we knew we had server needs, but we are exponentially growing the amount of gear that's actually in a server room, and there's less gear in our offices and on our desks because more of it is housed in a central location. This building was worked out well for us because the main spot that the IT data connections and fiber comes into this building was in this equipment closet that happened to be contiguous to a large room that we could retrofit for our IT server room. So again, the layout worked really well for us. Future expansion room, expansion office, and then we have shared office space for our current IT staff. Using existing walls, we have shared office space for what is now a team member of one, who is our newly hired police IT specialist. We see that team growing into 2 in the future. You can continue down the hallway, and by removing a wall, there's room for the IT director to have an appropriate department head sized office, and then one expansion space for IT. So couple of future offices, one office for a future IT manager that we know we're going to likely have. In the middle of the building, using existing offices again, we've got an opportunity for some of our communication staff to be able to move or grow into this area. This does not include our communications manager. We'll get to that when we talk about town hall, but believe it's important for him to remain in town hall here. But Kyle, in a future add to the department, could potentially move here. There'd be a future room for growth. There'd be a room for all of their gear and equipment. We now use a storage room across the hall out here, houses a lot of their equipment so that they have it ready to walk out the door with for filming and so forth. That would allow a storage space here for that. And right now, because it's currently open and because of the collaborative type work that communications folks are often doing, we would just recommend leaving this open area for a collaboration space. We could outfit it with, you know, work tables or whatever would be needed in the future, but we're not proposing to add any walls now to that area. We could make use of it as it basically is laid out now. Coming back into the common area, this corridor would allow us to come in and take a right into engineering and a left into a future growth space. And right now this lays out well for engineering because if you come back to the front door, there's an existing office that we could add a window to allow our administrative support specialists for engineering to be able to be at the front desk should someone come into engineering to be able to need to speak to someone, drop off plans, or pick something up. It takes advantage of existing storage space. In this large open space, we would add walls for some of our staffing, our senior construction inspector, our plan review specialist, our stormwater administrator, and then use existing office space for the town engineer. One of the project manager positions that I just mentioned in my bond report, add a wall to be able to create an appropriate sized office for the assistant engineer, add walls to create another project manager office, and then add walls to create an office for what would be a future stormwater division head or manager should we ever embark on the stormwater utility that we've talked about. Out in the center, and these are fairly faint on this graphic, I apologize, would be adding cubicle type work areas like we have now for our construction inspectors. They use this largely as touchdown space. They're in the field a great deal. They're in the field even more since COVID has come along. And then also some future stormwater utility folks all could work out of a cubicle-based office system in the middle here. And going to the back, I mentioned that this was just designated as future storage because at the time that ADW started this, we really did not have a need identified for additional offices. We've had a number of folks in staff that have given us some really great ideas about ways they'd like to use it, very creative ways. But what has since transpired and is that we believe that with the opening of the recreation center and some of the staff that we've already added there, the concept of all of the parks leadership working out of the recreation center offices, that concept is many years old now. So it was probably very well founded at the time that it was conceived. But the addition of additional staff with Parks and Rec and some of the additional organization changes that you'll hear the director talk to you about later this month, we feel like there's going to be a need to carve out some office space for administration of Parks and Rec somewhere. This is available to us if we choose to use it that way, and then we could create a suite here that comes off of this little area would turn yellow. It would be a common corridor that would go into the park suite, and then one that would come into the engineering suite. There's also, and I failed to mention this, there's also a side door still that's already existing on this building that we would use for a walk-in area. So for our field folks in engineering, many of them are in the field all day. They come in with gear, equipment, boots, and other things. We would use this entrance, probably coat it yellow again, make it an entryway for anyone back here, and you could get into engineering, or you could get into this space should it become parks or whatever else use it would be. So that is an awful lot of me talking, but it's an overview of how we see that we could best use the existing facility with some improvements to it, but use most of the walls and the features of the building to accommodate some of our growth. I'll be glad to pause here for questions before we move on to Town Hall and what some changes in this building would look like.
Okay, I'll be happy for council to weigh in. Let me just up front ask, I don't know if it's a philosophical question or not, it may not be, but you know, I certainly think this is a good schematic and probably will work well. As we think about this space and who's going to occupy it, and there's certainly any number of persons whose job would dictate certainly a space like this, but in the aftermath of COVID, I shouldn't say the aftermath, the ongoing of that, you know, there's discussion out there, at least in private industry, about what impact that's had on people working strictly from office buildings and you know, the whole work at home issue. And I know during some of this, by necessity and otherwise, we've had some of our people to work at home on occasions, and still do, I guess. So, in the whole schematic here, we're operating on the premise, I guess, that we will pretty much always have a full-time staff that operates out of a office building. Is that right? I mean, are we factoring in the other issues, whether or not there's a work model that is changing, may change, and whether or not you know, all of this space would be needed as it's projected now?
I believe, and I'll let the manager elaborate on this, but I believe that there will be continued opportunities for our folks to work a hybrid model. I believe some of the positions that we bring on might be well suited for primarily remote work, but at the end of the day, I think it feels challenging to provide the types of services to the public that we're expected to provide when we don't have a permanent place for most of our people to know is theirs. A lot of the folks in engineering are carting around large plan sets with them. We are modernizing that process. That will be easier. But we've talked about the concept of touchdown spaces that are not assigned to a person. That seems to work very well in corporate America when everything you do is on your laptop and you just take it wherever you go and you work wherever. We could probably make a lot of progress to do more of that here. But there's just still a lot of things, literal baggage that comes with the work that we do that we're moving around. And so we don't think that it would completely eliminate the need for spaces for most of our current positions. But we have been talking about some of the positions that we might add in the future that are more supportive of the work we do and not customer facing, might be more appropriate and likely to be ones that we would even hire as a remote worker. And you'll see in Town Hall, we're building in a few touchdown spaces in anticipation of that. And Rodney may have other things he wants to add.
Yeah, I would just say that's something we continue to look at as it evolves. We're still public service agency, and a lot of times people want to come see us and lay the plans out and, you know, draw on them and really understand what's going on. You can do that virtually, and we've all done a lot virtually, but I think, you know, a lot of us prefer to do it in person when we can, but we'll just look at those opportunities as they come to us.
Okay, I just wanted to raise the issue, and I certainly, I'm one of those who prefers the in-person interaction anyway myself, of course, but at any rate, it'll be interesting, I think, over the next 10 to 15 years to see how corporate America and or governmental agencies, how and if that changes to any substantial degree. Council members, questions for Mr. Hodges on his presentation? Mr. Singleton.
Yes, I appreciate the detailed information. See a lot of the growth. Not surprised about Parks and Rec. We had that discussion back years ago because some of Parks and Rec was going to be here and some there. And we put them all there, and some of us said that'll never work. Well, time came. Anyway.
Yes, sir.
Biggest concern I have and this is IT related, in 5.5 years, we've already grown out the space we have. So now we're seeing another space. Are we going to outgrow that in 5.5 years? And where is the potential for more the server room to expand? Or is there anywhere for the server room to expand? Because, we're adding all these employees, you're adding this, you're adding that, adding facilities. Is IT going to have to move? Or will IT need additional space in the near future, just like other departments?
The IT director does not believe so. He is not in town this week, or he'd be on to probably chime in and answer your question more specifically. We've spent a lot of time talking about this. He believes this would give them a really, really long growth opportunity. It's more space than they need immediately. While I'm not the architect here, I would say that future growth is here because while I don't want to say that IT is more important than our communications team, but we're putting a group of people here in this space partly because it's available to us and lets them easily get cameras out to their car and go do stuff out in the field. I could easily see that this space could all become blue one day, and server room expanding. The conduit's coming into the building right here. These walls can keep pushing this way. Server room could expand. The only thing that changes there is the mini splits that provide the heating and cooling, or the cooling primarily that you need for it. So again, the architects and Eric are probably cringing at my attempt at technical stuff here with their stuff, but I think that you could easily continue expanding this throughout that building. And there's people that we're placing here now that, while this is a good current spot for them, I think their work allows them to be, whether it's virtual, as the mayor said, or just in a remote location, they're some of our most flexible folks, and ones that I think we could find other opportunities for them if we ever had to grow into this space.
Okay, and so with IT being planned to relocate here, how much square footage does that open up in the police department?
I don't remember the square footage off the top of my head, but police is in need of the space for offices. And I think that on a very high level, the conversations we've had with PD, they feel like that would eliminate their immediate need for office space. And they've not mentioned beyond that space needing additional space in the foreseeable future. I don't know if Mr. Dickerson has any additional information.
Yeah, they definitely have stated that they could use that extra space already. I don't know the square footage, but it's not a lot. It's just a small corner of that facility there that IT occupies. But we could definitely make use of it.
We don't have there's nothing, and they may not have determined what would go in that space, but we didn't see a footprint of the police where they would move out and how they would be able to accommodate that.
We didn't bring it because we believe that they would go into those spaces. One is there's a director's office that is a separate office, and then the rest of IT is one large open workspace. So our IT manager and all of our IT staff are in one big open workspace, right, plus the server room. So it's really it leaves it with one office and sort of like this to go in and retrofit however needed. So office cubicles or really inexpensive walls, retrofitting an interior wall is very inexpensive. I think it would be a very easy plan. We just haven't gone that far with assessing their needs because we've got to have a plan to get folks out of there first.
It's a short term for police. That should fill their needs in the short term.
And in the interim, there is a potential, and I don't know for sure that they still need it, there might be a potential, there's some space that they have in their current space that they could accommodate more people if we added cubicles to it. And so it's going to be a matter of timing of whether or not we would need to do that and outfit this space when it's available, or could we wait it out until that time? I just don't know that answer without the chief being here.
Short to mid-range. I mean, even some of the discussions I've had with the new chief is eventually they may have to start doing satellites again. A few years ago we consolidated everything, but as the town grows, gets bigger and stretches out, might have to think more about satellite, the touchdown spaces at the Fire Station 5, and, we're moving out a little bit the other way, other directions too, out there, Auburn area. So at some point we might have to think about satellites again on down the road. versus trying to put everybody into that one building.
Okay. And in regards to the space for Parks and Rec, we're not moving people out of the rec center and creating space. We're creating space that is needed because there's not enough room in the rec center.
Right, and I think that, and Maria has a plan that we can speak more specifically to today, but I think one of the opportunities would be the director and some of the leadership team members being able to move out of the rec center to free that up for staff that we've now realized we need to add to operate the rec center. I mean, we opened the rec center with folks, staff sharing a small office, and that was less than ideal. We've also added some things that we didn't anticipate early on with the rec center. So one of the spaces that was originally designed to be a touchdown space or a staff workspace is now largely taken up by all the controls needed for the camera system and that we can use to be able to broadcast games and so forth. So again, other things have changed even beyond the notion of whether staffing there was a good idea or not. There's just other needs that are taking over some of that space.
Gotcha. Okay. And this area should accommodate them at least now, maybe with some potential growth. Is that?
We have not drawn it, but I think at a glance, it probably accommodates the needs that Maria had identified that for office space for the foreseeable future. So again, we would, if conceptually council's okay with that idea, then we'll refine the needs with parks and then go back to the architect and have them take a look at how they draw this in. It may change slightly, how they recommend doing something, but I think there's enough room there to accommodate most of the immediate needs that we have.
Okay. And one more, I'm not hogging everything, but I'm sure I'll probably ask some questions others would ask. In regards to future positions in the engineering department, there's several futures listed on here, so I'm assuming that'll take us in the next several years. We think. I know nothing's definite, because, we've been here how long, and this is full?
I think the answer to that question is the stormwater utility. If the stormwater utility comes online, that will add many more positions, some of those being field-related, some of those being office-related. So I think we're in a good shape here without a stormwater utility, but it's kind of a game changer if a stormwater utility comes online because you've got more services that are going to be provided that we don't provide today. Some of those may be able to be housed inside, say, Public Works for, say, maintenance services related to stormwater, but you may also have a capital project manager for stormwater projects or engineering technicians that also need to reside in engineering at that time.
Okay. Very good.
And just to clarify, we do have one office and 2 cubicle spaces dedicated for future stormwater, so we could at least get a start with the administrative staff that could be working closely with engineering, and as Mr. Johnson said, field staff could be other places. And that's not an answer to the mayor's question earlier about working remotely, but one thing that we have, we do know that with COVID, a lot of our inspection staff and our construction inspection and building inspection staff largely have worked from their vehicles and not come into the building a whole lot. And while that may not be ideal from a long-term standpoint, additional technology that we've recently rolled out, continue to roll out with inspections and are about to roll out across other departments and development services, it does provide an opportunity for folks to not have as much of a permanent space. So whether it's in this building or this town hall or this building, we could come back to looking at some shared spaces, not for people to work remotely necessarily, possibly that, but also people that are field-based, a couple of years under our belt of, hey, I only went to my desk X hours in the last 2 months, that probably gives us the data we need to say, what would it take for someone to feel safe coming into a shared space, clean it down, use it, move on if they need to.
Okay, let me get some other people. You said you didn't have anything right now. Mr. Vance, Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with my colleague Grav here. I always say, let's think out of the box and let's go down the road so we ain't got to come back and fix it 5 years later. Because one thing is evident, we are growing far beyond expectations, and we need to prepare for that growth. And this is a great idea. Like with IT, I agree with Gray. There's going to be new technology coming that changes by the hour, seems like. And so what I would encourage is whoever you're working with, let's make sure we're ready for them. Let's plan way down the road as best we can, so we don't have to come back in 5 years and say, man, we thought this was going to fix it, and it did not. And talking about the police annexes, I totally agree with you. the growth we're going, like where Fire Station 5 is, it's way out there, and we got all that commercial development, and there's a high need for police presence. I can see it out in New Bethel Church Road in time with the growth that's going on out there. So we need to be thinking about these things, and I'm anxious to hear we're moving here. Is this going to free up some space in the building we're in? I can't, you fix and tell us
That's
about
what we're
that.
about to talk about.
Okay.
As soon as we get your questions answered on this.
But I think we're all of the realization we are growing, and it's good to see the board members that we're looking at this, and let's just get it right the first time. So because growth is coming, and it is what it is. So we better be prepared. Thanks, sir.
Okay, Mr. Dellinger, I have not forgotten you, sir.
I appreciate that. Just a couple questions, and I'll ask both of them, and then you can answer them. So the first one is, how does the bank building fit into this space planning? Is there any anticipated use for that? And then the other is are there any hindrances or encumbrances on connecting that driveway? I know we own both the pieces of property, so is there any other permissions we need to get? I guess the second part of that is the parking. I guess we're entitled to all the parking that's on that property, and the other parking seems to be the churches. And I didn't know if we'd had any conversations or just making sure there's enough parking available for everyone, either on that property or in our existing lot. Have we done the projections on the parking availability?
We have not done projections on it until we know the exact design of this road and what it would take out. The parking is, there's a shared use agreement in this area that we'll have to investigate further. Also, this lot that we're going through with the drive aisle, we've got the opportunity to add parking along it. If you've been to Town Hall recently, you may have noticed a lot of vehicles are parking on the grass because we had striping done on the parking lot and resurfacing. So we're using that as a temporary parking lot now. So we could add to the asphalt here and make it more parking spaces if needed. Also, our staff numbers are growing, but we still have staff parking available behind the building. And while it is a few steps, it's only a few steps to walk over there. So this parking is still readily available for staff that may be housed in this building. There is parking along the side of this building, and I believe that without a lot of calculation, so there's a tree line that really sort of fades out right here, but there's parking here on this side, and this is the side entrance that comes into the engineering suite. Engineering fleet vehicles as well as personal vehicles could largely fit mostly here, provide some parking spaces up front, and then we could add a few here as needed for that. But no, we've not done the exact calculations, Mr. Dellinger.
Yeah, I would jump on that, because looking at the number of offices in that building, there may or may not even be enough to accommodate that number of people. Because again, it's a very different use than it was previously. So I'll be interested to see the parking outcomes of that.
And there's typically not a conflict between the church parking and the town parking because of the days and hours of use. So that would open up some spaces for us also.
But we do need to get clarification on that shared use, because if their property, we're not necessarily entitled to use it. But if there's an agreement in the Forest Hills shopping area for that, we probably should get some clarity on that as well.
And I said shared use, Mr. Dellinger. I believe there's a property line here that delineates who owns what parking. There's a shared access agreement to share that driveway. I didn't say that as well as I could have. I think it's a shared driveway access and not a shared use agreement for the parking itself. But we will confirm all that.
And I would also, get those parking numbers, and if we need to expand the parking behind Town Hall while doing that driveway, maybe we need to incorporate that into the plan as well.
Good. And to your first question, the bank building is not drawn on here, but the bank building is right about here. So before I talk about it, I'll also observe that this is the old annex building, which we would love to, at the appropriate time, take down. It is really not habitable and not rehabitable. So we would take that down. That also does provide another opportunity for parking pretty contiguous to that building. There's a slight grade change. Some of that is already surfaced as parking. whether it's gravel or asphalt. So there's some opportunities for parking here as it exists or for redevelopment opportunities. The bank building itself, we assessed that building, and the age of the building, it's a block building from the 60s, late 50s. One of the challenges we have with that, with putting staffing in it, is going to be just all of the reliance that we have on data. There's very little opportunities to get data cabling in that building without just running conduit down the walls. We can do that if we need to, but it probably just does not finish out as a great office space. One of the original uses that council had in mind when we purchased that was permanent record storage. And I think that while there may be some space in there that we don't need for record storage immediately, one of the things that we could undertake and potentially budget along with the renovation here, if you choose to, is doing some work in that building so that we could lay it out well to be able to move our permanent record storage from the Pearl Street building into that building. That does a couple of things. It frees up the Pearl Street building. And I think, as everyone knows, our friends at Garner Area Historical Society would love the opportunity to use more of that space if it becomes available. But it also puts our record storage closer to the staff who most readily accesses it. So we have a lot of staff that get in their cars and drive to Pearl Street and hunt through boxes and drive back over here. That's fine. It gets folks out of the office, but it would also be great if you could just walk a few steps over on a nice day and just go to do your records research there. So when the appropriate time comes, we'll get some cost estimates for doing that. We could probably move records in it largely the way it is now. The lobby of that building is a large open area with the bank counters are in it. We could potentially do something to use for temporary spacing. We could use it if we had a need for a contractor to have an office while they're doing renovations here. There's some ways I think we could use it beyond record storage, but to be able to use it for day-to-day offices for staff, it's not very well suited for that.
Okay, thank you. Was that it, Mr. Dellinger? You're clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else over here?
I think when we take down the old building back there, the old police station, I think we just solved the parking issue. We'll just put us a 3-story parking deck back there. Fancy looking. You know I say that tongue in cheek, but anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Go
So
ahead.
I'll move on to this building and show you the impacts that it has here, as Mr. Matthews asked about. So the color coding here, purple is our planning staff, yellow is our engineering staff. Largely, this remains unchanged for engineering, with the exception of back here in the back. So this is the cubicle area that our building inspectors work out of now. Our permit specialists, 2 that are inspections assigned and 1 that is a planning tech assigned, are the 3 seats up front that you see with the half walls when you walk in that lobby. These are the cubicle spaces that exist today for our building codes inspectors. We do have a need, though, or a desire to have some additional space for a fire inspector that currently shares an office with the chief fire marshal, and a code compliance officer that currently shares office space with our code compliance officer. We would like to get them out of a shared workspace and give those managers their rightful private office that we think they ought to have. So we could take over space that's currently being used by a planning technician here and a work counter that's fairly underused, turn that into cubicle spaces for those engineering staff. There's also a large record storage room up near the front across from the conference room that currently is being used to house paper records. And so the more that we can get those records moved to online, or for the ones that we do need to access readily, if they could be accessed just over at the bank building we just talked about, that frees up a fairly large office. So whether that is an office for future inspections growth, any staff we have there, we coded it yellow for now because we think they're the most likely development services team to need an additional future space, but that one really could be colored, yellow, purple, or orange. The other change that it would make here is as you walk around the back hall, for anyone who's walked around here now, this is currently the planning director's office. This is currently our planning services manager, David Bamford, if you're familiar with where people sit back here. We would just move people around to group them together better. So no change in the offices, just change in who sits where. Our transportation planner is already on board. Our future long-range planner, there is a position in the 5-year plan for a future long-range planner. That person would eventually come on board and work with the GIS position that's been approved in the current year budget that we're working on, and our senior transportation planner. They would make sort of a work team. This group would make a work team. We'd take over this space. The planning tech that was here could move to this space. Our planning services manager could move into this corner. Our senior zoning planner could move to here, and then a future planning tech position, and this creates a work group together for our long-range planning team. I'm sorry, our land use planning team, our long-range planning team, and our current planning team all get grouped near each other. It leaves a space for a future, a current planner one, and then one of the offices that we could grow into, but for short term, like we do in our HR department upstairs, we use an unused office for a small conference space so that for a small meeting or a small meeting with a constituent, we don't have to take over and use the one and only very busy conference room that we have down here. So no changes to the walls really here. It would in the outside ones, it would take over some cubicle space that's being used by engineering now to build this office out. We do have some touchdown spaces, Mayor, that we mentioned earlier that are in an open area now. We may revisit that to determine if that's really the best place for them or what we need. This work area is existing. There's another cubicle area that houses engineering inspectors now. We could wall that in, and that could be a spot for our special projects manager or some other position that's needed to be in this building. It doesn't necessarily have to be. That was just a label that the architects captured on our list of positions. They assigned it to one, but that could be another planning or an engineering, planning or inspections position, or some other position that we just deem appropriate to be in this building, but doesn't necessarily have to be next door to one of the planning or inspections staff. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions. Not a whole lot of work and retrofit here, just in a couple of spots.
Okay, Council, go ahead.
That one planner, one position where it's not purple, it's white, that's existing, it's just not painted purple, it's not purple.
It's just not painted purple.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Anything here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
Let
ahead.
me think. That is a spot, Mr. Singleton. The long-range desire and the staffing plan, and if Jeff's still on, he can weigh in. I think the long-range plan is to upgrade our planning tech position to a planner one position. So we drew it in but didn't color it because it's a future position, but it's a rehab of an upgrade of an existing position that is colored in.
But you had the position for future staff, that one and a couple others.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And again, this could easily become a planning staff person, and this could potentially work in another spot in the building. Any other questions about the first floor before we go upstairs?
Hearing none?
All right, we'll go upstairs now. So green is our administration, orange communications, blue budget, brown is our town attorney, and pink HR, and economic development is also coded green with administration. So if you walk into the clerk suite, nothing really changes with the deputy clerk, the town clerk, or the mayor. One change that we'd like to propose and ask of council is we would like to retain the communications manager in town hall near the mayor and the manager. There's very few days that go by that he's not meeting with one or both of them about something that's fairly time sensitive. One of the options we have without changing any walls would be taking advantage of what's currently labeled as a council workspace that has not been utilized a great deal. It has been some, but make use of it so that the communications manager has an office near the manager and the mayor. We could offset that, and I'll show you that as we come around the corner, but we can offset that in another way so that council has a space that they could use periodically. The space out in front of my office and the manager's office is an open area that some of you may know that we originally programmed for cubicles. We didn't have the need when we opened them. Most of the spaces we program for cubicles don't seem to be cubicle-related type positions. So we put the notion here that we could still create a touchdown area here with cubicles, whether it's someone interning for the manager's office, whether it's a staff member that is working remotely but just comes in from time to time, could come in, and we could repurpose that and use that for touchdown. The budget manager office is currently here. One thought was one of the positions we have considered being largely remote is the budget analyst position that we have gotten approval to add to the budget manager team. That person could work largely remote and then have a touchdown space that would be here near the budget manager so they could come into the office. Moving around the corridor, our town attorney is working out of a relatively small office now and really just does not have the space that we believe that her position needs. Combining two offices, one of which is the current communications manager's office, would allow us to have a reasonable size office for the attorney, the potential opportunity for her to have a small conference table in her office, much like the manager does, which would be a common amenity to be able to offer to someone that is doing the type of work that our attorney's doing. Across the hall from her, which is currently a cubicle area for 2 spaces, we would envision walling that in for a future paralegal. I think Ms. Jones has already shared with y'all the workload that she has and the need we foresee having in the future. And then one of our storage rooms that's being used now by the clerk's office could be taken over for a legal intern or other members of the legal team as that team grows. We have another storage room nearby that could be combined. This large storage room and this one, we think that what's being done in those two could largely be combined here, and we really wouldn't have created a storage need. There's also, there's also storage across the corridor by the break room that is underutilized, that as long as we have the storage on this floor would work for us. As you can continue going down, the economic development director would remain where they are. HR and the 2 current HR analysts would remain where they are. We currently have, this room is being used as a small conference room. If we needed to grow it, it could grow into a future HR analyst. This office that Kyle and our communications team is currently in could also be used for the future risk manager. We've talked to council a number of times over the years about the need for the risk manager position, and we believe that it'll become paramount one day to have that position. It would be a part of the HR team, and so it could reside in an existing office, and we retain the existing HR storage that we have. It is a locked and secured storage, so we try to not tamper with that unless we really had to. That brings us back around the corridor. This is the corridor that you'd walk across the hall from the training room to get into this area. I mentioned the admin storage could be combined. It leaves us with one office that we have here, and we believe that what we could do here is have a council touchdown space. We could repurpose that space over to here, or we could set it up as a small conference room that is reservable for the council should they need to have a meeting. So if council's amenable to that idea, we would just work to figure out what type of furniture council thinks they would most often use. But I think I've observed the handful of times that this room has been used, it was really to meet with a constituent, and a small conference table with 4 chairs could probably accommodate that need, but we could definitely take council's direction on that.
So if I'm oriented correctly, is that space you're talking about there the place that Maria formerly had her office?
She started out in that office,
Okay.
yes, sir. It's one that was designed to have a window to the lobby. Back to Mr. Singleton's point earlier, we originally designed this to be the administrative staff for Parks so that they could see the lobby if someone came in to transact something with them, and then Parks admin was going to be down the hall from them. We have since, upon Maria's arrival and initial use of this room, we have since had the window closed in so that it is a private space, so it could be used. So it would work for conference, or it would work for an additional office. And if council says, hey, we just really don't need this, there's the council conference rooms here all the time, then I would say that the special projects manager that's located downstairs currently, this would be an ideal location for that position. And then we would just work with council to book your council conference room that you already have next door to here, unless you feel like you need a touchdown or a workspace upstairs. Any questions about the second floor?
Question, council? Okay.
Any reaction to taking over and using what was designated as a council workspace for staff needs?
I would say to council, certainly there could be times when you'd want to use. I haven't observed anybody using that, but the mayor's office could be used on occasion, and we could arrange a conference room for use as council wanted to do that. So just don't kick me out of my office yet. So
Only
okay.
time
Not
I
yet.
only time I ever walked in is when we opened town hall.
Sorry?
Only time I ever walked in is when we opened town hall.
I've never used it.
It's got a
That's what we
little,
didn't need to begin with, but
it's
anyway.
got little cabinets in there that you could store things in and stuff, so,
I'll just get the key from you, use your office.
yeah. Okay.
Given that reaction, I may have answered my next question already, or you may have, but and you don't have to answer this finally right now, but would council see the need to repurpose this space into here? Or with the ability to have the admin conference room reserved, the council conference room, any number of conference rooms in this building, one up by finance that you walk by all the time and rarely gets used, another great place to meet a constituent possibly. Do you see the need for us to preserve this for council or conference, or would you say we could go ahead and plan on that being staff?
I've used that one out there twice,
Okay,
and I never used that one once, so
Right.
that
works.
works.
Okay. All right.
Council, okay, everybody, yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So that concludes our tour. Now we get to the real fun part, the budget for this. So the initial cost estimate, this is about a month old, so it's not as dated as some of the numbers we've worked with. But again, the costs of everything are going crazy on us now. I will say that this is prepared by ADW, and I think you may remember in working on this building, ADW's work as well as their cost estimates and everything else was pretty on spot, and we rarely had any deviations from it. We weren't in this unique kind of situation we're in with the cost of things, but I have a great deal of trust in the work they do and their numbers. So the Forest Hill building's construction cost would be just over $1 million as currently proposed. The town hall renovations, just under 200,000. Again, if you noted, there weren't a whole lot of changes. There were just some walls being added. Luckily, we ended up in almost every scenario where we did not have to make changes to sprinklers or HVAC to be able to wall in a space. That's often a challenge when you go from non-walled or cubicled areas. There's not a whole lot of rerouting and reworking of sprinkler or HVAC returns or ducts. And vents, so that helped us a lot. I expect this would climb a little above 200, but that's their current estimate. The site work and construction, they've got a little over $100,000. If we add any of the aforementioned parking, or if we run into some of the issues that we may, once we do more survey-based assessment of that drive aisle going through to the shopping center, there's a grade change there, and I think that the one thing I think we probably would want to make sure we add in here is analyzing any of the changes in grade and the grading work that would be done to connect those two together. They're estimating soft cost, which includes the architects and engineering fees, furnishings and equipment, and any relocation costs. They're estimating about $300,000. That would put the total for this project currently at about $1.7 million.
Would,
The information you sent us yesterday didn't include this stuff, it just included.
No, I have
everything
it. I have a package that's the drawings and the cost estimate that we'll send after.
fine.
And I
just
wanted
checking
to
that.
send those so that Mr. Dellinger or anybody else working remotely could blow up these drawings and see them. And the set that has the pricing does not blow up as easy. So we'll be sending that out.
No problem. I just want to
Mr.
make sure I
Dickerson will
didn't
make
miss
sure
on
he
that.
makes a note on my to-do list that I don't miss that, but we'll send it to you.
yeah, if this is approved, would this require any current staff to move, relocate during the construction itself, or is it anticipated everybody can function while this project is ongoing?
We have not worked out the actual logistics yet, Mayor. In general, once we did the 109, the Forest Hills building, staff that's in this building and other buildings could move into it. That would free up offices for some of the folks that would relocate. So relocating of those folks would be fairly easy. Some of the other additions were cubicle-based. That's very easy. Our furniture provider comes in, they change out cubicle walls, and a little bit longer than your lunch hour, you're back and got a different place to sit and work. The areas where we would add walls, we would likely have to have a temporary space for folks to work. We've not analyzed where that would be, but largely I'd like to think that we would figure out a scheme in which they could work in or closely by their current office while we're doing that work, and we would stagger it accordingly.
Okay. Questions, council? Get to next steps. We're ready, I guess.
Just one question. Good. I know right now, traffic coming in and out of town hall due to COVID and what have you is not what it has been in the past. But with the, all the changes we're making here, you know, any citizen walks in the front door or a potential builder or business person, you walk in the front door and there's nobody there. I mean, you know, the receptionist position, is that something we're going to look at, or is this something down the road, or it's?
We've never discussed, we've not to my knowledge discussed having a full-time staff receptionist in a number of years. We had a volunteer that was sometimes helping at the counter, but it's not on staffing plan. If council asks us to do it, we certainly can. I think part of the challenge is being able to find meaningful work that person can do.
That I understand, yeah.
In the 7 3/4 hours of the day that they're not answering a question for a citizen is the challenge, because there's not that many times that we could certainly make use of them, but I don't know we could fully, so.
Bill, I would observe that, I think if we found a volunteer person, that would be the best answer. I observe as I come in and out of the building quite often by the front door that most people just go right straight to the finance area window there if they're not sure where they want to go, and they get directions from there. Now, that might interrupt her quite a bit, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't believe that the public has much problem finding where it needs to go, wants to go, and can ask a person if they need to. But if we had a volunteer person that wanted to demand that, and we did when we first opened, I think.
And we had a number of people, actually,
Yeah,
and I don't know if
yeah.
you remember that, but we had a group of about 3, one that worked more often than others, but we had, I think, 3 or at one time, maybe even 4 that cycled through at various times, peak times during the day. Some of them cycled out before COVID came, but then once COVID came, none of our volunteers wanted to come back, understandably, into the current environment.
And this could be a year from now, but as the growth comes and things we do, you know, and this person could be assigned additional duties in the meantime, but just something we need to probably look at down the road, not too far near. Once COVID's gone and what have you, and the traffic starts coming in, it's good business.
I don't disagree. I think that we need to, there's a very long list of staff that we think
Got a lot of other
that is a
parties.
lot more forward-facing to providing services to our customers than that one. Not that that one isn't important, but we'd probably need to share with you a list from our 5-year plan and ask for y'all's guidance as to how that would factor in.
I'm sure
into
you'll
it.
come back and want that money, so. It's just thinking out loud. Thank you very much.
Also, the recent move the last few years with IT, then I reckon lessons are learned from that on how to proceed when you have to move it on this time. As far as the servers and everything,
Yes, sir.
things they learned from moving from the old town hall to police.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure that they've got some experience with that, and anything that they learn from that they can improve upon will be helpful.
Yes. And fortunately, we have a larger staff and we have equipment that's in better shape probably than the ones that we had to learn how to move out of the old town hall. So I think it would be all around, even though it's a bigger job, I think it would be an easier move to make. One thing I was going to mention before the day was over that I'll mention in partly to response to Mr. Matthews' point. One of the things that we are moving forward with is, after a number of years of working on it, we have made a selection for a provider for automation software for our development services team. And it's a project that's taken a long time. We had to put it on pause a couple of times for various reasons, and then again for COVID. But with the help of Maury Howe and Eric Rucker, taking on sort of project management roles and working with our staff, working through all the vendors, we have made a selection. We're working on negotiations with the provider now. But to Mr. Matthews' point, one of our goals in doing that is, while we always want to be available and open to the public, some of the trips that are coming to our counter are coming simply to drop off things. Those folks know where they need to go. They could always probably use some help. But what we hope is that as we roll this automation software out, some of the folks that are having to make a trip to town hall would no longer even have to come here to do a permit. You know, there's a citizen portal or customer portal that will be forward-facing for everyone. So a developer turning in a set of plans, but also a citizen applying for a fence permit. If you choose to use it, you could do all of it from the portal, and then we'd be able to automate the processes on the back end. So it's going to take a little time to get it implemented. It was one of the things I wanted to get done when I first got here, and we literally made the decision on my 7-year anniversary. So it's an accomplishment. It took longer than we expected to do it, but we have that in the works, and so we think that will help with the customer experience for people coming to the building or not having to come to the building. So next steps on this, Mayor, if council's comfortable with our concepts here, then we can continue working with ADW on refining those. We will work with them, if you're okay with it, on looking at options for Parks and Rec staffing offices in the 109 Forest Hills building. The other thing we can do is, if you want us to, we could also work with our staff, as well as, if we need to, the architects, just to see if there is any minor work that needs to be done to the bank building for us to move forward on using that for record storage. I think it would be minimal, unless there's another use you want us to include there. And we could just use the work on this building, since it's next door, as a reason to go ahead and move forward on that. And whatever cost we have could just be added into this project. Which gets me to my last point. One of the next big points we have to do here is develop a plan for funding the renovations. You saw the price tag there. We also have an opportunity to refund the purchase of that building. We purchased it, when we purchased it out of fund balance. But one of the things that Davenport has talked to us about is, with this and a couple of other purchases that the council has authorized recently that could be collateralized, we may want to consider a refinancing, just so that we have more fund balance available to us. And with rates the way they are now, that's probably a good thing to do. So if council is amenable to it, we will work with Davenport to look at a funding plan for both the renovations to these buildings and potential refinance of the Forest Hills building and any other asset purchases that Davenport believes we could gain on by doing a refinance.
Okay, council, good with that? All here, Mr. Dellinger?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think we should move forward with this as soon as possible, as quickly as we can, to get it off of our plate in the next year or two, especially with Public Works and other larger projects we have. The sooner we can just get this done and paid for, we can move on to the next thing. So I'm all for moving forward quickly.
Okay, thanks, sir. Everybody else okay? Thank you, John. That, yeah, a thorough report, I think.
Yes, sir.
Sure enough. That covers all that you were covering there. I haven't seen Miss Knotts. I thought I saw her outside. There's probably some lunch food available. I'm not sure how soon she wanted us to be aware of that, but depending on staff's thoughts on council retreat discussion, I could certainly be convinced that we could move into that and complete that and then adjourn, unless council feels otherwise.
It might depend on how much feedback you have. You know, we did supply this list and give you some ideas of what we were thinking based on some of the conversations that we've had and staff's had over the years. So I don't know, that could be a lengthy conversation or not.
The lunches are boxed so that if you choose to work through and not eat here, they did get something that you could take with you and eat later if you wanted to.
Okay. I hear at least one voice that says, are you talking about just a lunch break?
9 o'clock at night, Mr. Mayor. Just think of this as 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Okay.
Our break.
All right. We'll take a lunch break then and come back for the discussion. Is that the general consensus of all here, Ms. Barringer and all? Okay.
Eat fast.
All right.
What time do you want to
Mr.
reconvene,
Dellinger,
Mr. Mayor?
we're going to take a lunch break. Is 30 minutes enough, council, or for lunch? Okay, so we'll reconvene at 12:45 by the clock I'm looking at there. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I declare our council session to be, or council meeting to be back in session. And so we will resume our agenda, which has essentially one item, and perhaps at the end, if there's any add-on, we'll consider that. But, council retreat discussion, the town manager and I and the assistant town manager from time to time have had a few little brief discussions. So the manager is prepared to lead us in this topic here, and most of you are aware of the email he sent back on the 7th of January with staff topics and initiatives, so I'm sure that'll be some basis of this, but this will be an opportunity for us to both, I guess, confirm where and when. Well, the when is pretty much there, but topics that council has a strong interest in. So, Mr. Manager, I'll recognize you at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Town Council, yes. About a week ago, I sent out a memo that listed some topics, and basically last month the staff had a department head meeting, and we did some brainstorming using the whiteboard, flip charts, and just had staff list all the different topics over the last year or however long that they felt like they needed some direction and guidance on from council, or needed some type of visioning or some type of just budget or anything that needed to be talked about with public input or anything like that. And so we started listing items and just put them on the list. And then as we went on, we started categorizing for things that we felt were appropriate for a council retreat. Some things may be more appropriate for a work session, and then some may need to have a special meeting, just like we had one or having one now, pertaining to Parks and Rec and Cultural Resources Park Planning. So as we begin to put the list together and kind of put like items together, some themes started to emerge there that are, I think, really right in line with some of the things that council's had on its mind for a little while also. And first and foremost, in everybody's mind is growth and the impacts of that in Garner here. And then economic development vision. We've done different things with economic development, as far as incentives. We changed our policy. We've done different things to attract business and industry here. There's some other things in the toolbox, as Joe would say. And then so having a talk about that, some conversations around what's the next phase of economic development look like for the town of Garner. And then one thing we continue to talk about is housing affordability and what that looks like, and the many different facets of housing. When you talk about affordable housing, workforce housing, and then housing, new development, and how does housing affordability fit in new development that's going on in Garner. And so we came up with these lists here that you have. You should have a copy of this in front of you, of council retreat topics, what we feel are good council retreat topics. And under each one, there's some subsets. So especially when you talk about growth, the community look and feel is one item. So, how does the council, want the town of Garner to look and feel in the next few years in the future? So I know there's been a lot of discussions about how the town should look, how much growth we should have, what that growth looks like. But we feel like, it might be a good time to set a council-wide vision, get some consensus on that. Part of that will be updating our strategic plan and updating any initiatives and visioning statements in there. And then the staff would use that to come up with tasks to develop a work plan. And then also the comp plan refresh, although it doesn't seem like it's been that long since we did it. We continue to maybe tweak it here and there and look at different ways of doing things. So is it time to kind of reflect on that and come up with a new updated vision for the comp plan? That's very important because staff does use that as a guiding document as they're reviewing plans, and a lot of things that you see that come to public hearings and some of the recommendations that are made are based on that plan. And what we also from time to time do deviate from that plan if it's reasonable. So maybe time to look at that. What's the expectation for community involvement and engagement? And then look at other, how do we engage and involve new residents as Garner's changing, and also historically underrepresented or marginalized residents. Looking at also service delivery impacts and constraints, the cost of resources, how long it takes to finish, like the cleanup, for example. It's a great thing the council does. As we get larger, that project becomes larger and takes longer to do. There's also facility needs we need to look at, programming as we grow, what different programming might we need. And then the other thing that we continue to hear about, and we all know comes with growth, is transportation impacts on some of the growth we have. What improvements might the town make? Where do we need to try to seek leverage DOT funding? What things, will carry over into the land use development issues, and then also, refreshing the transportation plan. What does that look like to staff? What does it look like to council? Where do those things merge? The two different viewpoints merge. And then talked about economic development, vision, land control and zoning. Do we want to be proactive? Some communities, buy land and offer that up to the potential business prospects, knowing that there's going to be, a big return. It could take a while, but eventually it'll be a big return. Site study and utilizing GDC. They're doing a site study. Their results that are due in the next month or so. Where do we invest for economic development, and how best do we use economic development nonprofits? I guess that would be Chamber, GDC, or Garner Revitalization Association, or Downtown Garner Association would be the two referring to. Boards of both attend and participate the retreat, and maybe get an idea where the council vision is, so they can be on the same track. And then talked about housing affordability as a retreat or a special meeting. We talked about it at the council retreat, probably, was it maybe four years or so ago, was one of our big topics, and we have some folks come in and talk about that and the different definitions, and kind of having a shared common definition of what that meant. So it's time to refresh that. Things have changed a lot since we had that conversation. This area is, an affluent county, and the mean cost of housing is going up every day. So what does that mean for workforce housing? And then the supply is, there's a big demand for the supply. They're saying can't keep up with the number of folks that are coming here. So what other tools do we look at to address that? As far as zoning, one of the big kind of buzzwords now is tiny homes. I don't know if you've seen that on some of the TV channels, but folks are living in smaller homes and not trying to put all their, kind of life's earnings into a house. Just need somewhere to lay their head. Or dwelling units, accessory dwelling units in backyards where you build the garage that may have a, living space above that could accommodate, in-laws or, other families or whatever. And then how does, incentives and investments play into that, as far as, how do you incentivize developers to put in more affordable housing into their projects? We don't have the mechanism here in North Carolina to force them to do it. There might be a way to incentivize it and have them voluntarily do it if we can, have them see the value of that. So that's what we had for the council retreat topics. I'll stop right there. I'll see if staff has anything else to add to any of these or anything that might need further explanation. Either John or anybody that's on.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to pause right there, yeah, and I'll be happy to hear from John. I want to get council involved fairly early on, but just a logistical thing. I believe we do have a facilitator that's confirmed for the retreat. Is that right? School of Government.
We're discussing a facilitator, and we'll be meeting with her. So we just got to work out some of the particulars, but we'll see. Tomorrow will be the first preliminary meeting to talk
Right.
about our plans.
Okay.
So hopefully
All right.
that'll work out.
All right. But just on these items here, and John, I'll get to you in a minute, but I'd be happy to give council an opportunity to weigh in at this point. I think it's a good list, timely projects, but what say you? I'll start with Mr. Singleton if he wants to weigh in at this time.
Well, having read both this page and also the following page, which has some other items on there that we need to discuss, that can be done in a work session or a special meeting. We've covered a lot of topics here, so I'll let others comment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Behringer?
This looks like a good and thorough list. I would like to propose that we add to it or somehow go back and look at our outcomes from last year's retreat and what we said we wanted to do going forward. I neglected to do that and look it up today, but if we can have that information as to what we determined last year that we wanted to do and see how it fits into this new agenda.
All right. Mr. Vance?
I would just echo what has already been said. Looks to be a pretty full agenda of topics, and I have nothing to add.
Okay. Mr. Dellinger, you there? You were muted a minute ago. No, you're good.
Yes, and can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks.
The only comments I have, in December, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board did a tour, sort of a field trip of the parks in town, and it was really helpful as we visited those parks to kind of update the whole board on what was going on and help visualize kind of what the plans were for the spaces. And I think it would be a good use of council and staff time if we spent part of our retreat, maybe just half a day, doing a field trip and kind of going to different parts of the county. I think Jeff probably has a good idea of where some good things are happening and bad things, and kind of look at some projects that are best practices, some worst practices, some planning that's going on, particularly with regards to downtown Raleigh and its development and the Downtown South project, just general things that are happening in Southern Wake County. Also looking at Cary, downtown Cary. Cary also has several, we always talk about how we don't want to be Cary. There are several mixed-use development projects going on in Cary. There's one right off of 40, off of, where is it? Carytown Boulevard. It's called Fenton. It's this huge mixed use on about 60 or 70 acres. And maybe even go out to Wendell and look at Wendell Falls to look at that type of development and some good things. I think we've incorporated, some developers have come and incorporated some of that stuff with the rear load and things like that. But I think visually seeing what's going on in different parts of the county will give us a better idea of what we can actually accomplish given our proximity to downtown Raleigh and just place in the county. I'm really it's a little frustrating in that the most innovative project from a land use standpoint, community engagement standpoint, long-term benefit standpoint has been the project that's going up in downtown, which is a project we control. And the government should not be doing a better job at this than the private sector. So I think it would be helpful to do sort of a half-day kind of loop tour, pick out some very specific locations to give input, maybe get out and walk around some of these places. I know Hillsborough Street has some really good mixed use projects, and that's 2-lane road. Granted, it's near University, but I think it helps us get a better feel for what's possible on land. and what's trending in this county when it comes to land use. Because I just don't think we're getting the best projects to come before us. And that's just my observation driving around the county. And I think it'd be helpful for the council to see it and for staff to give their feedback on what they're seeing and what is possible here in Garner. So that's just my recommendation to help kind of reset where we are as a town and our potential going forward.
Okay, thank you, sir. And just I guess a quick observation I would make, Mr. Dellinger, is that obviously would be something that the council has not really talked about or done before. I think a lot of good can come from that. I would observe that I think it would require a little more time and planning just for something like that. That's maybe outside the scope of what. The time frame that we're looking at right now. I think we'd have to coordinate a tour of that type to decide where we're going to go and how we're going to do that. I'm not saying we couldn't do it, but whether or not we could work it in conjunction with what I would call the in-house kinds of sit-down meetings that we customarily have. But I'll be happy to hear back from council in just a minute. But before we do that, let me give everybody a chance to offer up their thoughts. So. Thank you, sir. We've heard, let me see. Okay, over here. Phil?
Looks like we're going to have quite a busy schedule, and these are good topics. Whoever our facilitator is, I know they have a job to do, but sometimes they can, we need to kind of manage them a little bit because they say, they want us to do bonding and things like that, and I think we'll get along just fine. But before we can stay more focused on our subject matter, because that time is limited, like the mayor said, and we want to get the best bang for our buck. So whoever our facilitator is, if he or she knows, we really want to focus heavy on the topics, so we can, at the end of it all, we've covered everything, I guess, because we don't get this time but once a year, and it gives staff a chance to plan, and we get a chance to get on the same sheet of music. So I just want to make sure our time is wisely spent with our facilitator. I don't mean anything in a negative way, please don't take me wrong, but when we focus on subject matter, that would be great.
Well, Mr. Matthews, part of the process that we go through is that the facilitator never adds anything to the agenda.
Okay.
They're very specific about not doing that, and to that end, we've got a planning meeting with them tomorrow with the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. And they'll only do that meeting if there's two members of council present to carry the council's desires forward. Okay. And then they work on taking that and trying to help it fit into agenda. So any past experiences you've had that had those type of things, those were suggestions made by council and included in the agenda at council's recommendation. But it's not one that at least a school of government facilitator is not going to add a topic to the agenda. So whatever council gives us direction on as a group, just know that that's what the facilitator is going to work with, no less.
Great.
And no more.
Okay.
So
we set the agenda for
you do. Yeah.
the retreat. So yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Gray?
I would respond to what Damien said. I'm afraid if we did all the places he wanted to go, it would take all day, not a half a day, but it's a good idea. What I would suggest is that when we get, you mentioned Wendell Falls being one, Damien, and the other one in Cary, I think, what'd you call it? Fentanyl? What'd you call it? Fentanyl. I didn't know. First time I've heard it. Why I asked.
That's a drug.
I don't know what it is. That's why I asked. Anyway, and ask and give us 4 or 5 locations to go by, and let's go see them on. I drive through Wendell Falls all the time, so I took the month ago. I had to have some help for my son helping me, and we drove through. He said, I said, do you know what these alleys are? He said, no. So we rode all back through there, and I showed him all the alleys and why they did the back parking and all that, and asked him what he thought, and so forth and so on. But give us those lists and let us go out there on our own, and for the retreat, we need to go see 3 or 4 of them, or 4 or 5 of them, or whatever on our own. Just drive through and get an eyeball on some of these things and how they're developing. Taking a tour sometime is a good idea. I just don't know if we need to do it the same day as the retreat, because I believe it would take it too much time, and I'm getting all of us in and out of the same vehicle or vehicles, or having a train of vehicles just would take some time, I think, before the retreat. But I think if you tell us where to go, I'll go and look.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think,
I like that idea a lot, actually, to have sort of a list of maybe 4 or 5 spots that everyone should kind of look at and take some notes on. Yeah, it's possible, just touch points on this impressed me, I didn't like this, or just to be, because I think there's a lot of stuff going on that if you haven't been to certain parts of Wake County in 3 years, they're totally different than they were 3 years ago. So I think that's actually a good idea.
Okay, yeah. Was that it? Did you have
I
anything
just
else?
wanted to follow up, because this suggestion was a good one. Maybe we'd kind of do some of it on our own.
Okay, all right. Let's see, have I heard from everybody? Well, and I've had a chance to share, I think Mr. Vance and I we'll be participating in a virtual thing tomorrow with the facilitator. And so I would want us to, and maybe it's listed under here, spend a little bit of time. We talked some about our salary structure and those kinds of things. I'd like to see us come back and touch on that. And while I understand maybe the ARP, if I'm saying that right, funds still may be a little fuzzy areas, but I just saw something from the league recently that gives me thinking that we're getting to the point where we can start to make some reasonable decisions in that regard. So I'd like for us to, if possible, give a little thought and time to that as well. And of course, I guess the bond issue and the matters related to that, maybe that's on the second page. Is that right? Or
it is. There's several other topics.
okay, yeah, I don't want to get ahead or behind that. So, at any rate, now would be a good time if we've heard from everybody, I guess, to hear from John on the second items there. Is that right?
Yeah, a couple of comments about some things that have been said. Yeah, I think the field trip is a great idea. I think logistically it would be kind of difficult to combine that with the sit-down kind of retreat, on-site retreat. But one thing we might could do is combine the growth retreat with some Parks and Rec features, and maybe combine them since we're going to be out and about, or at least get the list, combine the list, so you won't have to go out twice.
You mean tour, Rodney?
Yeah,
Growth
tour. Yeah, I said retreat, but tour. Yeah. The Parks and Rec tour to some of the other amenities that some other areas are building, and kind of have a growth and Parks and Rec features all in one. So we might be able to do something like that. I'll have to talk to staff about timing and when we might get something like that together.
Okay.
But I think that would be a good idea.
And selfishly, weather-wise, it might be a little more intriguing to do that in the early spring or sometime like that, I guess. I don't know, but I do think it'd be difficult to try to do both. I like, again, Mr. Dellinger's suggestion, but the tour maybe should be a sort of a separate thing, and then the retreat that we would do sooner would be more of a sit-down discussion, interaction sort of thing. That's what I'm thinking. Anything else, John?
I was just going to add on the topic of a tour. I think it would be a great use of time. I do think that we could do it after the retreat, not only to go look at places that council members and Mr. Dellinger and others have given us, but as we hear your discussion at the retreat about growth, staff can then go look and identify places where the types of things you're talking about may exist if they're not already on one of your list of places to go. So then we could try to help curate a tour that is specifically covering some of the types of things that you might talk about in your retreat. The other thing, I'll put my former Main Street manager hat on and for a moment and say one of the things that an exercise we often did in downtown development was to give, this was, I'm showing my age now, buy disposable cameras and give them to folks and send them out and say, go take pictures of everything you like, and the second half of your roll, the ones you don't like. And that's very commonly done. We now do it on cell phones and upload the pictures to a website. But I would say not only prep for retreat, but any time that you're out and you observe something you like or don't like, please send us a photo, snap it on your phone and send it to us. We'll start an archive of those so that we don't have to wait for a retreat to have the discussions of what would it take for us to have rear loaded that looks like this one did in another town, because our rear loaded we've got drawn a different way. So I would say retreat or any other time,
the old adage of a picture's worth 1,000 words, send those to us anytime, and we'll start compiling those so that we can look and say that it's a great way to inform decisions that we're making. It's a great way to inform changes we make to things like the UDO, things like that.
Okay, thank you very much. There are some staff members here. I'd be happy if any number of those who are maybe participating in that, they're certainly welcome to, if they want to surface any ideas or topics that they think would be timely. Anybody from out there? I see several of you. I'll give you a few minutes if you want to come up to the mic and speak to us.
Mayor, while you're giving them time to do that, I will just reiterate something that Rodney said. The list you have in front of you is a list that the staff developed. So this is not a list that the manager's office developed. This is actually a staff list. So some of the reasons they may not be coming forward is many of these words are directly from the leadership team that are only a few weeks old. So don't take their lack of participation as not wanting to say things. But we literally took these words from their exercise. We compiled them into categories, but then sent them back out to the team and said, please scrub this, vet this, and tell us if any of your thoughts weren't captured. So before you received it, they had they created the list. We organized it a little bit, but it's the staff's list.
Yeah, thank you for that, John, for explaining that, and I want to thank the staff for time spent in that regard. I think it's important that the council and our directors and staff have an opportunity to have input. Certainly, we shouldn't sit here and feel as though we're dictating the entirety of what is to be discussed, but we need your feedback on a regular basis, and I personally appreciate hearing from you. Okay, nobody at this time, but we're seeing a lot of your feedback on these pages here, I suppose. Anything else from council at this point in time? At this point, we would anticipate, I guess, in terms of time frame, a day and a half type retreat, and maybe I'm influenced by the time frame we've had in the past.
We have 2 days, but we typically finish up in about a day and a half, day and 3/4 or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. And in terms of, I'll just hit a few little specifics. Location. At this
Still
point,
working on that. One of the locations we were hoping would be available is no longer available. So we're looking at locations now. We haven't nailed that down yet.
Okay.
Hope to in the coming weeks.
Okay. Could be here.
And it's a matter of whether we want to stay in town. Are you okay traveling a short distance? In the past we've had it in Raleigh. We've gone to other towns and used their facilities. With COVID, I don't know the availability of some of the places we've used in the past, but we'll take a look at some of those.
Obviously, I say obviously, we're talking about having an in-person retreat with the option, if there are council members who are not comfortable participating in person, we'd make that available. But I suppose we are anticipating a facilitator would be an in-person facilitator, is that right?
Yes, I believe so. We'll have to have that discussion with the facilitator tomorrow. I don't know what restrictions they would have. But yeah, I think we're talking about an in-person retreat because trying to do something electronic may limit the types of facilities we might be looking at.
Yeah.
But if possible, it would be in person.
That's certainly what I would prefer if.
I had too, yeah.
Am I remembering correctly? Have we had a retreat at White Deer Park before?
We have.
I think we have, yeah.
Yes.
Remember uncomfortable seats? Does that ring a bell?
How bad the seats were.
Yeah, never mind.
And then the size, depending on, how much staff may come or whatever, might not be amenable in public.
If you choose that, just in the memo, tell us to remember to bring a cushion.
I think we've changed some of those chairs out now.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, currently the facilitator is planning to be in person and will be unless they are put under any travel restrictions. And so there's currently none that are keeping them from being able to travel to do on-site facilitation. So we'll talk more about that as the manager said, but that is currently the plan for the facilitator to be in person.
Okay.
That could change at any moment from the organization they're with, but you just never know.
But
And if we do have to either decide to be hybrid
setup, or at the last minute have to make a change. As Rodney sort of alluded to, just keep in mind that that may cause us to have to do it from here simply because of the AV that would be required, especially for a hybrid one. You may remember last year's was totally virtual. If we did a hybrid one, we'd almost, I think it would be it would be best to just do it from here as a fallback, just so we can control all the AV that's required.
I would agree with that, yeah. But,
Who's the facilitator? You said School of Government, but that doesn't.
Yeah, are we okay mentioning her name?
Yeah, well, yeah, we're currently working with Margaret
Right, I just
Henderson.
wanted to make sure.
Margaret has not facilitated with us before, but she was recommended by Lydia Altman, who has facilitated here a number of times. She was very interested in getting to know our community better and some of the topics. We talked generally about the kinds of things with growth and so forth. And so Lydian prepped her on the background from her last 2 retreat facilitations with us, and recommended that Margaret would be good to work with on this.
okay. Well, Council, I'll just sort of almost go one more round, but is there something, and I think you can be fairly specific or you can be general, but I mean, you've seen the list that the staff has generated and presented to you here, but if there's something fairly specific that you feel like we ought to touch on or have some time for, it'll help, I guess, guide me and Mr. Vance in our conversations about what we would represent from council that we definitely want to have some time for.
Are you talking about just the retreat or also the special council meeting topics on the second page?
Well, I was going to focus on the retreat at this
Okay, that's
point in
fine.
time, yeah.
I'll bring
Okay.
that
Let's
up.
nail that down first, so
Yeah.
we
Okay,
that's
can
fine.
know what direction to go in tomorrow.
No problem.
Yeah, and we will deal, obviously, with those for special meetings, but just a retreat. Anybody? Okay. Mr. Vance, you satisfied? Okay. All right. I haven't yet asked our attorney. There's always legal matters that capture our attention from time to time, things we need to hear, but is there anything you would offer up or suggest?
Not at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, as a summary, anything further from John or Rodney?
Well, we just go into the next page.
Okay.
But I think we got the direction we needed for the retreat and can give the facilitator some instructions on how we want that to be done, and then just to give staff the opportunity to start preparing some material for the retreat. So I was just going to talk about the next page, or
I clarify one question.
Yeah.
One recommendation under the economic development visioning that we thought was important and staff did was for us to potentially, for that segment, include board members from the 2 economic development nonprofits. And I just wanted to make sure that that point was made well enough, and actually, I guess, ask that if, as we develop the agenda, if it seems appropriate, would council be okay for us to invite those board members? We've done that in the past with some of the nonprofit boards, but I think for this discussion, it might be worthwhile to have them hear some of that discussion so that they can help integrate that into their work plans. We could always, we feel like it's going to be important to get together with our 2 nonprofit economic development boards after the retreat to continue some conversation, should we start it there. So we could have the retreat and discuss things and then share that with them later, but just want to get your thoughts on whether or not including any of those board members that choose to attend would be okay with council.
A point of clarification, can you state who those boards are?
I'm sorry, the DGA and the GEDC. And so we have representation on the council from them. Mr. Vance represents the GEDC on the council. Ms. Behringer and Mr. Dellinger represent the DGA board. So there is representation. It's just a matter of whether or not there's other members that may serve on those boards that you would want to invite. It's an open meeting, they could come anyway, but whether you'd want us to purposefully work them in as an audience member to hear or participate in any part of discussions.
Well, obviously, DGA, say DGA, Maury is here, Ms. Howe, and also Mr. Stallings, who have a lot to do in those areas. But I think it would be probably helpful to have representation there for sure.
So we could invite them for the discussion to hear firsthand, contribute if appropriate, and
Yeah.
then with council's okay, I think we'd like to think about a spring meeting that we get the boards and the council together to continue whatever conversation starts at the retreat. We don't have to decide that now, but that's
Sure.
just a way we could include them and then have a follow-up planned.
Okay. Any thoughts otherwise?
That was their idea,
You
so.
good? Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Manager, let's see, were you gonna, well, if you,
Yeah, I'm not going to read the
Yeah.
whole thing word for word, but I
Right.
mean, you see, we really wanted to get the retreat nailed down, but there are a number of topics that we feel would be good for a special meeting. Probably some things, we might be able to handle at a regular council meeting, but these things are more for in-depth discussion, and maybe have to bring in others to kind of help us with some of this. So we felt like a special meeting would be warranted. Capital and bond project planning, we just did some of that today, but there's going to be ongoing discussions about that as we nail down the projects. The parks planning's ongoing. Again, housing affordability, we're going to set a baseline hopefully at the retreat and kind of get a shared vision. But there's going to be some ongoing study of what, talks about what that looks like. Salary and benefits, we will be bringing some discussion about supplemental salaries, mainly in Parks, Rec, Cultural Resources at the work session at the end of the month. But there will be a broader discussion at some time about, town-wide. We're kind of following the model that we set 2-3 years ago, about looking at salaries every 3 years as a group. We used to alternate a third at a time, but now we're looking at doing them all at one time, and that's the study that's coming up that I had talked about in the email recently. And we'll look at that and how we compare to the market and other local governments. And then there's a number of trainings that the council has to go through, the religious land use, diversity, equity, and inclusion training. That's something staff has done, and we feel like it should be extended to council as staff continues to do things with that. UDO training, School of Government Development Training, 160D is mentioned here. And then there's some other things that we've talked about before that we need to continue to talk about. The merger, of course, fire merger, stormwater utility. We had some discussions about that. We talked about space, but we need to talk about, when will we be ready to do something like that? How does that look? And then water sewer expansion, working with, as a utility partner, we'd have to work with the City of Raleigh Public Water Division and talk about what that looks like, and, what they're willing to invest in and what we would have to contribute to help make that happen. Like we recently did on Highway 70 to help develop another not office park, but business park. So that's what we had for special council meetings. And then work session topics, some ordinance rewrites. We're getting close to bringing the animal control ordinance back to you. Property maintenance continues to be something we talk about, and what's our authority to regulate the way some property looks, the upkeep. Homelessness, definitely a social issue, especially as we become more affluent. Part of it has to do with, merges into the housing affordability, but then there's other things that play into the homelessness problem. And then capital and bond project planning. One of the things we need to do is bring a sidewalk prioritization plan and work with engineering department, planning department, and Gabby, and talk about, as we get this study done, talk about, how we want to prioritize, excuse me, the next few sidewalks. And I think John mentioned a couple of segments, 2 or 3 segments during his presentation, but beyond that, what do we want to do next? So,
remind me, have we, I should know this, have we established a date firm, or are we talking about a couple of dates?
for the
retreat?
For the retreat, yeah, it's February the 17th and 18th. That's right. Yep, I knew it was.
And let's see, will our new assistant town manager trying to remember when she's coming on duty. Yeah,
She'll be
here.
here February the 2nd, so she
Okay.
will be able to
She'll be
attend the
available and
retreat.
part of this. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Okay, 17th
Yes.
and 18th, you said?
correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I was sitting here looking at the agenda for the retreat as well as these topics here we were talking about, and seemingly housing affordability and what have you seems to be a big topic everywhere. And, we could sit around and talk about, but I'd like to see us, it could be from the Wake County Home Builders Association or somebody that has got a good handle on the pulse of Wake County. Maybe invite them in and give them 5 or 10 minutes to give us an update on our retreat to what's really going on in Wake County, what's the issues with housing affordability, from somebody where their feet and hands are on the ground with the experts, and give us that kind of feedback so we'd know it firsthand. And it could be from Wake County Home Builders Association. Don't have to be a local real estate, but somebody's got a good handle on this and probably bring us some numbers and tell us what the issues are and what they're trying to do about it, or where are we at with it.
I think it would be great to include them, Mr. Matthews. I think, and my Home Builders Association friends can scold me later for saying this out loud, but I'm going to. I think you'll get a portion of the picture, but you're going to only get it from one perspective. And so I think if you do include them, which we've included groups like that before, then I would suggest that we have the folks that are actually facilitating how affordable housing is achieved, not just the folks who are building it because they have different reasons for why they're building certain things. So I think we would want to blend anyone that's representing a development interest also with the practitioners like Wake County's community development organization that is actually sort of leading the plan for the county. They're working with people like HBA, but I would just observe that if you did that, you'd want to make sure that we've got representation that is helping the whole picture.
And I'm fine with that because it gives us a clearer vision of both sides of it, and is there a common ground we get to work with or something, So I'm not by any means saying it's got to be them, but I like to have the people in here so we can get a good vision of the issue on both sides. And whether it'll help us down the road, I don't know, but at least we'll know what it's about.
And one thing that council's already told us we could move forward on was starting to think about using ARPA funds to do an inventory and study. And so unfortunately, the timing is such that we won't be able to have that started really by the retreat. So one part of the way to look at the housing affordability discussion at the retreat could be continuing a discussion about what do we want to see in our own plan, and that could help inform us as we finalize a scope to put out. So we could present what other communities have included in their plans. We've collected all the local ones now. We're looking through those, so we could and other communities could share what they studied in their plan and in their inventory, and we could then use some of that discussion time to decide what do you as council want to see in your study that you do.
Sort of, and Mr. Dellinger may have something you want to say. I'll get to you in a minute, sir. Sort of in line with, having other folks come in, I guess many of us had hoped that by this time we would be well beyond COVID and things related and so forth. Do either one of you see any benefit in having a medical director or folks from Wake County who's sort of taking the lead in terms of positions that we don't have and giving some guidance and explanation there? Would there be benefit in having a 30-minute presentation or session and question and answer on that topic?
Might be good for a work session if we want to get an update on the COVID picture in the county and what's going on, the metrics. Is that what you mean?
Yes, I guess that would be the way to say it. I mean,
yeah, we could have someone come. I think that would be appropriate for like a work session update where in the past we've had someone from the county come in and talk to us about.
Would that be like an actual medical professional or somebody like Andy Curtis? Because we get updates from her on a regular basis.
I would envision it be somebody from the Wake County Public Health division or department, and that can speak. We have calls, manager calls, and we get some of this data, and it normally comes from public health, someone in the or the manager's office in Wake County, and they can give us some updates.
Okay, well, we could, yeah, we could do that at a work session, but I think it could be beneficial, if nothing, to inform us and maybe the public at large who may listen to understand where some of our information and guidance comes from.
I think that our constituents, it would seem more personal to them and more reliable than what they see on TV, just because it was done here. So.
Okay. Anything else on this matter?
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to comment on the
Yeah.
affordable housing and getting input from multiple sources. I believe Wake County has started an affordable housing task force, and I think Vicki Adamson has her hands in that. She may be willing to talk from a county perspective on what their goals, objectives, and maybe some projects they're working on. It also might be helpful from a municipal level to find a municipality that's actively doing some projects, whether that be Raleigh. I know Apex has started looking heavier into it as well, and I think Cary has too. And then maybe a couple of the practitioners, Habitat, which we have a lot of familiarity with, and I know Passage Home too. So I think having all those voices, the builders too, we need to hear their perspective on what their appetite or what would incent them to partner and participate in any efforts we have, or how they're participating with efforts other government entities are doing. So I think it's good to have all those voices sort of give us our bearings on what's going on in the county. I think we've talked about it before with the ARP funds. We don't want to be reinventing the wheel where we don't have to, and having the right partners at the table will help us kind of figure out how we can best use that money and address some of these problems. So.
Okay, thanks, sir. Anything else, Council?
I was going to say there was a really good article written recently. I can't remember if it was N&O or Triangle Business Journal or someone else, where they talked with Wake County, the folks with Wake County Housing Authority, or whatever it's called. And they talked about affordable housing, and they talked about, okay, governments can propose this and propose that, but there's a gap someone has to make up, and he was talking about it from a very practical standpoint. I'll try to find that and send it to you. I was just looking at another one I saved to myself. That was on the BRL. I'll send that to you. But the one I read recently, I didn't save it for some reason. I was looking for it. It's a really good article because it clearly states what would be affordable in this area, what can be built and the cost of it and the gap, and how can you close the gap, whether it's through state, federal, tax credits, grants, whatever. Some way somebody has to close the gap. And that's the issue you have here. And this was about a $125,000 gap. This was not $10,000 in this particular article. So it was very good. It was recently, just a couple weeks ago. I'll try to find it and send it to you because it was really one of the better ones I have read recently. It was an in-depth article.
Just to piggyback on what Mr. Singleton just said, also density helps that because the gaps get smaller, the denser and more vertical you go, you're concentrating and you can get those gaps a little closer and smaller with volume. So.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you,
Mayor,
Rob.
could I ask a follow-up, sort of to everyone, but specifically to Mr. Dellinger's point about having all the folks present? Do you envision that being presentations at the retreat and help inform what we might put in our housing inventory and study, or do you envision us getting started with the study and then once we have some results, having those folks come in? I think either way is good. I just want to make sure I understood what you were talking about.
I think it might be helpful to have, even if it's just 10 minutes apiece, it gives us the chance to ask them kind of specific questions about, well, how did you do this? Who did you partner with that? And kind of do that as a group and kind of shoot through it very quickly. Again, giving everyone 5 or 10 minutes on what they're doing specifically can help us figure out who the partners are and how they're utilizing these different and engaging all these different partners, the private sector too. Half an hour for all 4 or 5 of those would, I think, be very useful for us to be able to tap their knowledge very quickly, and for staff too, and build relationships with them as well. So
okay. So if we did that and then also had a summary of any of the other local studies that have been done that aren't represented in the room, then we probably won't be able to do it all at the retreat, but we could possibly set up a follow-up with council to have a discussion specifically around what you want to include in the scope of this work that we're going to fund. Would that be an appropriate way to follow it up if we can't do it all at the retreat?
Yeah, I don't think we'll get on all of it, but I think with the amount of money that we're going to potentially be investing in art funds, it's going to take multiple stabs at everyone getting up to speed. So, I think before the retreat, kind of getting some information to council on other projects and programs that other municipalities maybe already are rolled out, their studies, kind of so we can read that beforehand if we so choose, and then sort of having that Q&A at the retreat, and then we can continue on with our study stuff. And I think we'll get a lot of good information out of those conversations that'll help us direct our own study and help us prioritize the things we need to prioritize, because every municipality is different and has different challenges. So I think it'll, like I say, as long as we're talking about it, the timing and order of it doesn't make much difference.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Okay, council, anything else? Mr. Manager, anything else?
I don't have anything else.
Okay.
I don't know if Attorney Jones wants to talk about any of the items in there in particular, but I don't have anything else.
Okay. Mr. Singleton, was there something else you wanted to say?
I'm glad that we're going to be talking about, I think Maria's going to be bringing to our January work session some issues for supplemental help and part-time workers in Parks and Rec, because that's an issue that they're facing. And as I understand, Raleigh and Cary are evaluating and changing some of their hourly wages right now. So we're going to have to work and be on top of that as best we can.
Thank you, yes. And it may be too early yet, and I don't want to pick on Maria, but now that the rec center's open and I've had a chance to go down and use it some, maybe at a not too distant date have our parks director come in and just sort of give us an update on figures and statistics of how the facility's being used and so forth. I know they've tweaked the applications and the times and those kinds of things. So I'm excited about the nice building we have there and how it's being used. So we can get back to you on that one. Okay, thank you. All right. I think we have finished up everything. Don't want to adjourn before everybody is satisfied that we've covered this sufficiently. This will be an important part of our work that we do as a council, and I'm excited about us doing it. I would bring to your attention, I saw this at my desk here, so did all of you get one of these? Okay. So this is this year's version of it, I guess, right? And
The audit, yes, and there'll be a presentation.
That'll come up at our next meeting?
Yeah, Tuesday, yep, next meeting. Yep.
Okay, all right. All right. Okay, I think if you're ready, I think we can adjourn at this point. Is that right? Okay. Good. Anything, John?
Mr. Singleton had a point earlier when we were on retreat for the later list, and I just wanted to circle back and make sure whatever that point was, I don't remember him bringing it up, but
That point right there about we're going to be discussing Parks and Rec sooner rather than later.
Great. I just want to make sure that point got covered, whatever you were thinking about.
All right. Well, let me, again, I want to thank council for, taking time out of your day to come for this special meeting. And I think it's been a productive session and time. And I appreciate so much your observations and your participation. So we'll continue to work closely and together for the benefit of the town. That's what we're all about, I think. I'll entertain a motion at this point that we adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please vote aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition?
Aye.
No? Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Dellinger. All right, I declare this meeting adjourned, and we will see you at our next regular meeting, which is
Tuesday.
Tuesday, I believe.
Yeah, Tuesday.